Hey, hey, hey. Hey guys, welcome back to the stage. Hope you had a really good lunch break. So now we are renewing our session with the panel discussion. So today on this growth stage, we have a really distinguished group of experts who will share their insights about how AI and the virtual worlds interact. Our moderator for today's panel will be Georgi Juaridze, co-founder of Maxine AI, and our panelists are Georg Galachian from NVIDIA, Sekran Altundas from Ready Player Me, and Alonso Bustamante from Cloudflare. So yeah, guys, you can take the place, and Georgi will do better jobs than me to introduce all these panelists. Cheers.
All right. Thanks for the intros, guys, and thanks for attending our panel. I hope you had great lunch, and I hope you're not having like after lunch down. Usually happens. So we're going to talk about AI today, AI and virtual worlds. So what we have seen last year in terms of like growth of AI with ChatGPT and other models has been incredible. It has kind of created new and interesting opportunities, interesting challenges, and I'm very excited to discuss these topics with our guests today. So I'm going to ask some questions, and guys, feel free to choose if you want to answer this or not. So one of the things that we have seen, especially with ChatGPT and similar applications and models, is that the main way that we interact with artificial intelligence right now is text-based, right? So we have it as an application that you basically chat with the model, usually large language model, behind in a way that's like a messenger or like this chat experience. I was thinking about like how can it evolve, like how do we see it moving forward, because in a way it seems like it's kind of limiting right now, so the bandwidth that we communicate with the AI is limited by the characters and like this text interface. So I'm very curious like what you think about this developing and evolving into like new ways we interact with AI.
Yeah, maybe I can start. The reason we started with text is actually this is one of the first recorded form of communication and the data we have. So we have books and like entire libraries full of books and text and messages in the social media. You can scrape the internet for text, and that data, the big data that we called 5 years ago, which kind of converged into machine learning and AI fields, is the source of this. And it was the easiest place to operate with this, given this, we have this data. And the more audio, the more recorded content we have, which is again coming from, let's say, YouTube, some other platforms, that more of this content, the data is processed, more of the advancements we are going to have in this field. So there are 3D mesh generation, animation generation, these are coming as well. But what people are trying to do is get these small pieces of chunks and batches of data and try to make something with that and produce more, feed more, and make this better. So that's the reason we started with text, I would say. But Georg would know better, so I will hand it over to him.
Yeah, I don't think so, but can you hear me? Yep. So, of course, large language models are most renowned examples. So we communicate in text-to-text space. So we give text as an input, we receive a text as an input. So NVIDIA introduced earlier this year other models that helps us to communicate better. So it's more about the omniverse, about the gaming. Two different models helps us make communication more realistic. So of course they released Nemo, which is a large language model, just text-to-text communication. To integrate into the pipeline, they also introduced Riva. So that's a speech-to-text model. So whenever like the user gives speech as an input, it translates to text, gives to Nemo, gets a text back. And also for Omniverse, they have models for making the text into a real speech and having it as on a face. So basically that's the speech-to-face model, which helps us communicate and have that communication back. So of course, the top level model is right now is text-to-text models, but we're seeing the progress for other models being integrated. And yeah, we've had some great news yesterday from Google. It's very fresh, and I don't think we're even prepared for that, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, yesterday Google announced this new family of models, which they claim that it surpasses the OpenAI GPT-4, and as I understand, it's also multimodal. Like it has like text, audio, video, all of them together. So it's quite exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also its tiny version is coming with the Android for Pixel 8. So
yeah.
To your question about original inputs, and by the way, thank you all for being here with us after lunch. It's the most difficult hour. People are sleepy. I landed at 5 a.m. this morning in Tbilisi, so I'm also sleepy. So I feel like you a little bit, but we'll power through this. But no, like inputs need to change, right? Like for anybody who might have been at the other stage earlier this morning, I might sound a little repetitive, but I think the era that we're in right now with artificial intelligence is very similar to the era that we were in 2007 with the launch of the iPhone and really the mass consumerization of smartphones. And if any of you remember how smartphones were at that time, they were less powerful. They were less fancy. They didn't have third-party applications. They didn't have, for any of you who have iPhones, they didn't have Siri. Siri came a couple of years later. So I think in terms to your question to inputs, like naturally we're at the beginning stage and things will change, right? Mm-hmm. Where we can use more voice, use actual facial cues and recognition for responses to change based if I look like I'm giving you a very stern question or a relaxed question. I think all these things are coming, right? But we are at the beginning of that stage, and you know, the power of these models that are being created today are just being put in the hands of developers. And give it a couple of years, and I think the rate of change that we're going to see over the next couple of years is going to be fascinating, including in inputs.
So basically, like as Serge mentioned, like initially the result that we have now is because the data that was available or that the engineers or scientists used was text-based, and like basically it's a very natural step forward to have like more modalities included. Mm-hmm. Also because we have lots of other modality data like YouTube videos or like 3D assets or audio and things like that. Great. So let's talk about like virtual worlds and games and maybe metaverses. So we have seen some sparks of use cases where there is AI incorporated into the NPCs, right? So we have the smart NPCs now, which like it sounds like a great idea, right? Because traditionally NPCs or non-player characters, right? They were like scripted. You had maybe a couple of choices that, and these choices may determine how you play further, and it kind of gives you this like kind of complexity that as players enjoy, right? But with the AI, it seems like it's like upgrading to the next level, right? So how do you think this will evolve? Like having ChatGPT's similar models to ChatGPT behind NPCs is one stage, right? And like then we might have even more and like more advanced models maybe even. And you all probably have seen the movie Her, right? There's this artificial intelligence where this man kind of falls in love with, and then it basically like establishes relationships. So do you see this is as a kind of as a risk or opportunity? Because like more smarter the kind of game characters or non-player characters, it sounds like the movie Her is coming soon, right? So how do you see it?
It's like it will be risk for some, opportunity for some. It all comes together at like what do people want, what do users want. So some people will want an AI girlfriend, and well, you wouldn't prevent them from having it. So it's kind of an option. And the reason any this kind of gimmicky technology comes into games first is adoption is really fast, and you can test it and see the results because it's less dangerous area. Like no real humans are involved other than the user, other side of the screen, and you can test this, see this in the field, and decide if you are going to keep working with this or skip that. I see the real utility in actually the sectors where human labors are used. It might be virtual assistants, it might be robotics. We always look for certain human touch when certain jobs are handled. And if we can actually give these AI agents certain personality traits and have them do things like human does, it's going to make it easier for us to accept that as well. You can think of AI-powered nurses, doctors, lawyers. Like right now, knowing that the advice is coming from AI model, I always think there must be a bias. There must be something wrong, like some AI hallucination in there. We humans do have that too. We misremember our memories. We make mistakes. It's the reasoning and how we reply things are completely different. So this is going to automate certain things. It is going to help us make faster decisions. And slowly it's going to move from video games into other sectors. And I think the most value we are going to have in robotics, actually. This is at least how I see it. What do you think?
Personally, I'm very pessimistic about that. So when first successful AI models came, there was a hype about IBM Watson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And everyone thought that IBM Watson should be the next Surgeon General. So IBM Watson should implement surgeries, no doctors needed and stuff. So about 10 years passed, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So right now we have a good language model, and we immediately talk about the characters that interact and put us into a virtual reality that we cannot differ from our reality. So we have a huge bottleneck about that here, and speaking technically, first of all, it's a latency issue. So we improve GPUs, we improve networking, but we don't get model responses as fast to real-time communicate with the user. Second point is that we don't have any model right now, any successful model that receives the input and gives the output at the same time. So we don't imagine a smart NPC character that hears you, answers you back, hears you and stuff. So when we communicate, someone may interrupt me, get angry. So this is the reality. We never had a chat with a friend when it's a answer-response communication. So that's not a reality. So I think we should wait a lot for that, to have a model that is an input and has input and output at the same time. So this is the second point why I'm so pessimistic. And the third one is about the users. So users, and actually if there are any gamers, heavy gamers here, they are very angry about the bugs. So if I'm working with ChatGPT, get the wrong answer, I'm okay with that. So I see that's a wrong answer. I'm not getting nervous. I'm not trying to break the computer. But if you show a gamer a bug, we know that we have models that hallucinate, and they hallucinate a lot. If there is an NPC character that hallucinates, I think a lot of computers will be broken, and we should be ready for that. So I think that's a point that we cannot see in the nearest future.
that might be like unique experience, like you are experiencing hallucinations of
Okay,
the
if you
AI.
want to update the hardware industry, we can deploy that and break a lot of computers, but
Yeah,
not now.
yeah, great points. I think with regards of latency, like Cloudflare might have an answer to it. As you guys know, Cloudflare recently announced their AI initiative, which is like enabling people with, in addition to many things, one of the things that they enable is low latency inference on edge, right? Which might be, you know, one of the answers here.
Yeah, there is an infrastructure catch-up that needs to be played just in general as we adapt to these new use cases, to these new consumer demands. You know, one of the things that we're pretty convinced of is that, and again, I might be repetitive from this morning, but beyond having inference and having AI capabilities embedded into devices eventually, that is expensive, it's power consuming, it's energy consuming, it's et cetera. You know, distributed networks and distributed clouds need to emerge that put these capabilities, perhaps not in the giant data centers of a Google or Amazon Web Services or Microsoft, but distributed around the world, right? And to your comment, we did announce earlier this year that we were going to roll out, actually with a partnership with NVIDIA GPUs around 310 cities by the end of 2024. We're already at 100, we'll end 2023 with 100. I'm not sure if Tbilisi is one of the 100, but it will be one of the 300. So imagine a world where you have computational power at the endpoint in the gaming device, in the laptop, in the mobile device, that could be augmented via power that's also in a data center 3 miles away. And if we can make that work, that would augment the possibilities of what can happen in the future.
Yeah, I mean, in general, like CDNs and edge computing has been like enabling low latency internet anyway, right? With the videos and other media. So it sounds very natural that that's the next
There are
step.
also local tricks you can apply to make things feel faster. Like, you know, when you think that how many words we use a day, it's actually very small, you know, like part of the entire language. So if you become a predictable person to the AI model, it might kind of guess where the conversation is going to carry on, pre-compile certain things, or even cache certain responses and fetch from a data. So it not always needs to be generated on the fly real time, but could be some cached response, something close, or kind of predicts what you are going to ask from a couple of words and already start generating multiple responses. Depending on how you will end, it gives you that one. So there are other tricks that would help us kind of amplify the speed in that case. But again, we will see, like this is still gimmicky. It's not really kind of production-ready idea that having these AI NPCs, but in the future, near future, we will definitely have them.
So you basically like having hybrid approaches maybe.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. It should be hybrid approach in any case. Like fully reliance, you need always some kind of a backup plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, also I have a small addition, sorry. So if we look at how online games operate right now, so we have a world server for the game, and we have a game server around the player. So whenever you try to play an online game with a random person, it almost always gives you another person who is located around you. So the physical location of the server is very important. Yeah. So for that, you need to also invest into infrastructures in different countries where users are. So this distance makes a lot of sense. And again, speaking about NVIDIA technologies, so we have GeForce Now right now. So GeForce Now is server-side game rendering, and you can only play GeForce Now in a country where it's operating. That means that where physical servers are located. Speaking of that, you cannot have such features in an infrastructure when you don't have physical servers near to the users.
Yeah. Great. And speaking of making compute basically available to different places, what do you think in general in terms of making AI models or AI applications accessible to more people. Like if you see the numbers of ChatGPT users, for instance, right? It's still a very small fraction of the internet users, right? So, I mean, I'm sure many of us have used ChatGPT, but many around the world has not, right? And it seems like that it's very natural that more and more people will get access to it. So how do you think this will change the world? Like, do you see any risk with that, or new opportunities as more and more people will have access to these AI models and use it and incorporate it in their work or everyday lives?
Actually, mobile devices example was amazing. So it's just like that. Mobile phones were first for business, then people who had the capital to get that, and slowly we invested in infrastructure. It became more common, then the devices became cheaper, more widely available, and after some time, we were already there. Everybody had, like even kids have mobile phones right now. This is going to have the same effect. First, we are maybe behind the chasm right now. We are the early adopters. We use it, we try it, we provide the feedback, and product gets better, and then it's going to become something for everyday use for everybody. And of course, that brings certain risks and potential dangers as well. But it's always like that when there is something new. The accidents happen. We understand why those happened. We complain about that. Regulation comes in between, tries to fix that, and things still move on. So definitely bad things are going to happen. We will just figure out how to solve them and move on.
If you think about packaging software as part of platforms, if you think about why Microsoft Explorer became so prevalent as opposed to, let's say, a Netscape at the time that was the early winner, Microsoft put their Explorer in every single computer that was running Windows around the world. Then there was a lawsuit, as you mentioned, but that comes later. But first, distribution happened there. Then, in the early days of the iPhone, there were a couple of preloaded apps, and then people were fighting over the real estate to be put natively into those apps. And internet service providers and mobile service providers around the world were charging applications to preload the application to be sold in a particular country. The moment that Apple puts some form of AI icon on every single phone by default, this changes from low single-digit % of people having even touched the technology to everybody at least having some experience with the technology. Because, quick show of hands, who has ChatGPT installed on their mobile phone right now? Okay, actually that's much higher than I expected. Let's call it half. But that switches to 99% because a couple of people will delete it in a couple of years when this happens. So the more people get access to that just by default, where except of opting in, they're opting out of having that, they're going to touch the technology and come up with new ideas, right? Mm-hmm. Or new uses.
Yeah. And we were talking just a couple of hours ago that you it's important that you mentioned that you were telling your friend to kind of get used to it and learn about it, right? And I'm also trying to tell even my parents, it's a thing, it's not, they should have some basic understanding of it. It's probably a way to go, it's gonna happen anyway, it's gonna get distributed widely, and some understanding of it is good to have right now as well.
There will be haves and have-nots, right? And
yeah.
I'm sure all of us have, I was telling you the same analogy, we all have family members who never quite learn how to use the internet. And they kind of call you, maybe an aunt or an uncle, they call you, it's hey, can you help me with this, with that? That's about to happen again, right? And there will be generations that just didn't adapt to this new tool that is available to us. And this is not exclusive to AI, this has been every technological wave, there's generations that don't adapt to the new tool, and they get left out. So get on the wave or get left behind.
Yeah. Speaking of this, making it accessible to many people and globally as well. So there is this thing that, first of all, ChatGPT is mostly about the English language, right? And in different countries, like in Georgia or Armenia or like in any other country that has a big population which doesn't understand English enough to interact with AI, like that's probably going to be a challenge, right? So and that's one of the challenges ahead in terms of making it accessible. Another one is that as we know, like building and working on these AI models requires lots of compute, lots of data, lots of money, basically, and talent. And what we have seen so far is that most of the developments in this area is happening in big companies like Meta, NVIDIA, OpenAI, obviously, Microsoft, and others. And it seems like this technology itself is quite centralizing, so it naturally accumulates inside the big companies. And it kind of, I believe, it creates a challenge in many different dimensions, one of them being like just commercially, like how can small startups or small companies kind of build products or be part of this kind of journey of AI development. And also the countries like with small, low resource languages, right? They like we don't want them to be left out, right? So how do you see this challenge? Like, what do you think about it? And in addition, like, is there anything like you see as smaller players can contribute or be part of this?
I think it has to be cost effective. Also elaborating on the previous question, so in any case it has to be cost effective at some point. So right now ChatGPT may not be profitable, but it will at some point. But if we imagine that we have a large language model, we invest a lot in large language model in Georgia, we never expect it to be profitable. So I think we're not at the point that we may have such technologies, and it is not about AI. It's about a lot of technologies. So we have Google Translator, which operates best on languages that has more users. We have a lot of stuff that operates better on larger target. So speaking of that, I think it will never get cost effective, and if we want to develop such tools, we need to do it as a non-profit stuff. So we can never expect profit from that.
One idea most of the time comes to my mind is maybe it's gonna sound like a bit far-fetched thing, but once we realize the value and utility of it, global scale, there might be global organizations like UN or something like that, bringing content together from like generating some kind of a non-profit organization to handle the cost together to create AI models for everybody, every country out there. So there's also, of course, potential risk as well, depending on who puts how much portion of the things might turn into some kind of a soft power, or some part of the world might be left out from it, and it might even create some kind of an AI polarization. You know, we have Google, we have Yandex, we have Baidu, so there might be such set of tools that certain people use in different places, and they provide different results, and it even causes more polarization in these groups. But some global organization contributed by everybody, and the small players' problems solved by that, either by translating the content into that language or getting equal pieces of content and even labeling that in this language, in that country, this means like this or that, might be one of the solutions. But yeah, the bureaucracy is such a slow thing. I don't think this is going to happen anytime soon.
The other thing I would add is, I think it's important to separate this problem into different layers, right? And centralization, I think, will not be equal in each layer of the, let's call it the AI supply chain, right? Let's take hardware, for example. Do I see a lot of companies that are going to come and challenge NVIDIA? No, I do not. And if there are companies that challenge NVIDIA, it's probably going to be names that have been around forever, right? Like you you know, insert the company name here, AMD or somebody like, but it is not going to be, do I think there's an up-and-comer coming from Georgia or from Mexico where I'm from or from South Africa that's going to challenge the hardware layer? Unfortunately, I do not. I think centralization probably and concentration continues there. At the infrastructure layer, connectivity layer, network layer, that's also pretty capital intensive. However, at the application layer that goes to the consumer, that goes to the users, where we're creating demand, I'm going to keep on with the mobile phone analogy. There's not a lot of companies competing with the cloud companies where information's being stored, where information's being computed and processed, etc. But there's a lot of opportunities at the application layer where you're directly consumer facing. So if you ask me, where does centralization not happen as much, and where, you know, can Georgia compete, can Mexico compete, can South Africa compete? It's that at the application layer.
Yeah, I think that's a great analogy. But one thing that it kind of reminded me is that recently there was this OpenAI Dev Day, if you remember, where they announced like new features. And I have seen like on Twitter or X, people were saying that this was like a red wedding. So from the Game of Thrones, if you remember this, the episode with the red wedding when there's like lots of murder. So they
spoiler alert, spoiler alert.
Spoiler, the biggest one probably. So the reason that they were comparing this to the red wedding was that basically OpenAI invited many startups, and then people were wondering in the audience, like, who would survive? Because, like, OpenAI, you might build a software or product or startup on top of OpenAI, like come up with some application idea, and if you're unlucky, then the new feature that they will announce, it will just instantly kill your startup, right? So there is this risk as well of building on top of the big guys and like them absorbing you and like basically killing the startup even before it goes somewhere.
But that's generally true of like technology in general, right? Like if any of you have been in a venture capital pitch, one of the first questions a VC will probably ask you if you're pitching some sort of consumer technology or any kind of technology is like, why won't Google build this? Why won't if it's enterprise, why won't Microsoft build this? The answer is they might eventually, right? But there is a window of opportunity for companies either to get acquired, to make it big, or to have somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, great. Let's talk about some use cases, or how have you seen any kind of unique or interesting use cases that people are, or maybe yourself have been using these new AI systems, or what do you think about AI in terms of like productivity boosters? Like we have seen that it's used in not just like text-based but visual use cases as well, like image generation models like DALL-E and Midjourney and others have been great, and it seems like people are using it a lot. Also, the 3D assets within the games, I have seen that many companies are kind of pursuing this aspect. How do you think about the productivity boosts that these recent developments in AI kind of gave us as a whole world?
I mean, at the end, it's all about automation and making the processes faster. One of the recent products we have at Ready Player Me is, for example, geometry-aware texture creation. So normal process for texture creation for a 3D model is that your artist would have the UV map of the model and paint over, try that, like the process goes back and forth. And in a week, you have very polished result for that. And also, it needs to include a normal map. Ambient occlusion needs to be baked, maybe some other maps to give more details. It's a lot of work. So what we did was using our library, their textures, and using stable diffusion models to understand what the geometry looks like. Oh, this is a pocket, this is a button, this is a belt. You ask something, it gives you texture with all the maps necessary in 15 seconds. So we reduced a week of work into 15 seconds. Well, the result is yet not incredibly perfect. The results are impressive, but our artists can take them, add the fine details on them, make it just like how we want it, and it's there. So this is all about automation, like how fast can we do this?
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is the present present situation of a lot of users of AI right now. So a lot of people use it for productivity, but on the other side, it's very paradoxal. So we may use it for automation, we may use it for, let's say, better debugging. But if you ask a senior developer how helpful was AI during the coding process, and if you ask to a mid-level developer, the answer will be different. Because it's not very specific about the questions that are discussed a lot, the data that was used. So, and the mid-level developer who always used AI as a companion tool will never get hands as dirty as the one from the previous generation who read a lot of stuff to get to that point. So, okay, it helps for the productivity. You may find your answers earlier, but you will never get to the senior who had the hands dirty during that time. So we have this trade-off. So you may spend less time on your tasks, but you will never get the experience when you had your hands dirty. So it's like the analog that we see in a lot of places. So for example, we have a lot of technology development, for example, for sports. A lot of sportsmen use like new technology for training, but we see that top level sportsmen are the ones that comes from very hard environments and very like non-technical trainings. So this is the two sides of the coin. So it's good from time perspective, but for talent growth, I think we will have some kind of degradation, maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a junior developer right now. Because really, these AI guiding systems are like almost mid-level. Like it's like a friend you have knows about everything to a certain degree. So it makes people who just started learning kind of, their time is going to be a bit hard. So yeah, that's absolutely true.
And this friend sometimes hallucinates, right?
Yeah.
I do think it's important, the experience point that you're mentioning is really important, right? Like I do think I'm going to say in most, but I can't think of any of it where this doesn't apply. In most elements where companies or organizations are implementing AI to boost productivity, you still need a layer of experienced human moderation that is making content decisions, that is making choices, that is making, overriding some of the things that might come from a tool that is highly effective, but in certain cases inexperienced, right? And, with time, tools get better, you fine-tune them, et cetera. But that layer of content moderation is incredibly important. I remember, I had a very, very smart intern many years ago, and I asked him to do a valuation of a company that we were going to invest in. And, he spent an hour, I could see him thinking, his head coming full of steam coming out, and he came back with the answer, and it took me 3 seconds to say, nope, that's wrong. They're like, no, and he started explaining, et cetera. It's like, no, that's wrong. It's like, how do you know? It was like, well, you've got 6 extra zeros in the check that you want to write for this company. It doesn't take a lot of it just takes a little common sense to do that. So you're always going to need that layer of human moderation.
Great. Since we are approaching our time, I want to ask each of you, this kind of wild card question, which is a 2-part question. So first one is that, what was the part of this recent developments that was most surprising to you? And also, the second part is that what do you kind of recommend others to pay attention to in future, for the future developments?
For me, the most surprising thing was how a product, maybe it's like a UX things as well, how a product could change the adoption of a new technology. OpenAI API has been around maybe 1.5 years before there was ChatGPT. Nobody knew about that. Nobody built anything on top of it. There was some tech demos and all, but it was just a gimmicky thing, Nobody would use it. They made a very basic product. It's a chat application. You ask something, AI gives you something back. That changed everything. And even whatever example we use, even it's not text model related, we say in ChatGPT this, in ChatGPT that. So that pretty much revolutionized how we look at things. So products matter so much, like how you give something new to people. So this was quite shocking to me, the adoption level of it, how fast it was.
And in terms of like recommendation, like where should people pay attention to maybe?
I would say like I always be in experimental mode. Like you see something new, thinker what you could do with that, and find solutions to your problems with that. Any other people would be sharing the same issues, and it might turn into some kind of a product and solve problems for everybody.
Great, thanks.
For me, I had, I think, two surprising points. The first one is that I was very impressed how ChatGPT handled a very hard task. So that is the first surprise. And the second surprise was that it could not handle a very easy task. So, you get overwhelmed very quickly, and you expect a lot from that model, but it does not handle the simple task. And as an advice to anyone, I think no one ever gets a better developer by doing very difficult stuff. So if you want to become that person that is not a model, you need to do the very basic stuff a lot, and a lot.
Yeah.
So you need to concentrate on the details, and every advanced feature is based on some very basic stuff. So if you want to be a better professional, you only need to concentrate on the basic stuff, and that's it. You should be better on that.
Always back to the basics.
My surprise is just the rate of change of what is happening. Like it is, for any of you who are trying to follow up with just the general subject of artificial intelligence, like so much stuff is coming out so quickly, it is hard to keep up. I sign up to newsletters, I read articles, etc., and I feel like I'm pretty behind. So that has been the biggest surprise, which kind of relates to the recommendation, which is don't stay behind, stay curious, test, play with these things. It doesn't matter, like your recommendation is fantastic if you're a developer, but even if you're not a developer, like you need to start playing with these tools because they're going to become increasingly relevant, just like the internet did 20 years ago, just like mobile phones did 15 years ago. Like this is going to become part of your daily life. So stay curious and start playing with these technologies, whether you're a designer, a lawyer, a medic, or a developer.
Awesome. This has been great. Thank you, guys. Thank you for attending our conference and being with us, and thanks for this panel. And I hope you will enjoy the rest of your stay in Georgia. And thank you, everybody, for attending our panel, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much.
Nice job.
Guys, we're getting ready for the panel discussion. So people will place chairs and the speakers will get ready, mic'd up. So before I will take my time and announce speakers and moderators. So bear with me. So we're about to host a powerhouse discussion on the future of design. This panel will be moderated by the Figma community advocate in Georgia, Guat Abidze. So first up, we have David Bierman, a business transformation consultant whose influence has spanned across banks, telecom, and the creation of iconic Georgian brands. Next, joining us from Meta is Sergey Vornov, a seasoned product designer with insights that transcend borders. And finally, we are honored to have Yair Levy, the co-founder and CEO of BrainSpace, bringing his wealth of experience to shape the discourse. So get ready and let's start.
Hi. Wow. Well, we are ready to start, right? Check. Perfect. So, hello everyone. I'm really happy that I will moderate next hour, nearly next hour, about the future experiences, new mediums, and what's next. So this will be a really futuristic panel with us. And today we have a really interesting panelists. All of these three are from really different backgrounds, and I expect that all of them will share a great insights about the future and what should be next. So I will briefly introduce our panelists, and then let's dive to the topics. So first one, Yar Levy is the co-founder and CEO of Brain.space. So I'm highly recommended to check the domain brain.space because yesterday I checked and I was like, future is here, right? He's a devoted father to 3 lovely children, like me, but I have one, and 2-time half marathon, half Ironman, and marathon runner. Yar is deeply passionate about product innovation. In 2018, he co-founded Brain.space, the brain data company, and now serves as its CEO, managing the collaboration between research and development, finance and operations. So I can't wait what topics and insights you can share with us.
Thank you very much.
Second, Sergey Voronov. I'm really proud that once he was a product designer like me, but moved his career into different directions. He's a seasoned product designer, kickstarted his career in web design using Flash. Remember the Flash designers? Because I see so many designers here. In Ukraine over 2 decades ago, he then divided into UX design, picking up coding skills along the way and excelling in software and hardware prototyping using Framer. Sergey also leads Framer and Figma meetups in London for half a decade, promoting collaboration among designers. Today, he is a product designer at Meta, driving AR and VR toolchain development. Really inspired about this topic. And David Bierman, the last one, right? The business transformation consultant, startuper, and board member. After 15 years as a marketing professional, in 2016, David created the first in-house banking UX team in Georgia, and as a strong foundation for the digital banking services. Later, in Azerbaijan, David helped to transform the bank as a chief experience officer. With several other senior positions in his past experience, David nowadays is currently dedicated to helping startups as a board member and banks as a consultant to transform and create new experiences for their customers. Wow, 3 of us, finance, banking, brain, human AI, and AR and VR. So, can't wait to start. But before we will start, I have a maybe not usual question, but who of you saw Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer yesterday or 2 days ago? Any of you? So I will share several highlights about Grand Theft Auto, because when I was a child and I was playing GTA, it was like, well, I'm somewhere, I'm going, I can do whatever I can do, and it was all playground. And it was really like transformation for me, how can I do in the technical side and beyond the screen. And nowadays, this game is more developed under more than 2 billion. It's one of the hugest costly game, even more the movies. And the new trailer reached the most watched YouTube video in a really short time beyond movies and beyond non-music. So how do you envision the future of Grand Theft Auto in terms of how human interacts, in terms of VR and AR, and in terms of general interactions? Your thoughts? Any of you?
I never played it, actually.
You play?
think that I let Sergey to start with the design,
Yeah.
and maybe I will put the other
okay.
aspect of that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a big fan of GTA. I started playing from first version. Yeah. So what I would say, each time GTA came out, it's the reason to break your piggy bank. And if you have kids or family and like wife, you're like, oh, I really need this new computer for my work. But actually, you just need a new computer to play in GTA, the new version. So the GTA 6, it's already like 10 years in development, plus 2 years till release, so it's coming in 2 years. What does it mean for the next version? So if it will take this amount of time, let's say for GTA 7 to arrive, right now, and I'm working in like futuristic tech, I have no idea what the game would be, to be honest, because like 12 years with the current speed of changes in technology, it's a lot. So if someone was like looking at how like AI transformed within like a year and a half, imagine like what will happen in 12 years. So I think like some technologies can evolve a lot. Some stuff will take a lot of years. So if you are talking about VR or like augmented reality, I wouldn't expect some like groundbreaking changes, because we are right now very limited by the physics of things. In terms of like graphics or like AI, maybe it will all run in like in the cloud somewhere. I don't know, but yeah, those are my thoughts.
So yeah, I have.
I must comment that I always like seeing people like Sergey, that they're so passionate about what they're doing and bring so much knowledge into creativity. But I want to touch on a different aspect of that, seeing the amazing advantage of technology. I would like to talk about responsibility. And in that perspective, I think that we as creators, as designers, had a lot of responsibility on who is playing those games. And those games look like real, totally real, and even beyond imagination. And I think that our responsibility in the near future is to actually be more sensitive and more adapted to the one who use that. And sometimes there are kids that the brain, the mental health, the mental durability is a bit fragile. And I think that what is needed from our creativity and our power to create and to design and to harness the power of AI in order to better understand who used that and to personalize the game. Not in means only of engaging, which is amazing, but also to keep the health of the kids, of our children.
Yeah, definitely. I remember when I was a child, I spent 3, 4, even 5 hours playing it. And nowadays, just I can imagine more opportunities what you can do there.
And definitely, and we are in the age of merging the reality with augmented reality, and you know the barriers or the borders between what is real and what is not real, what is a game and what is real life, are being vague. And I think that we will continue to create amazing things, but on the other side, we need to keep in mind, again, keep in our mind the importance of adapting the right solution to the right player, given the best expertise and the best experience for those who has the durability, and for those who don't, adapt it and keep them safe. That's my perspective as a father, but also as a designer.
Oh, it's to continue your thoughts, actually. Every game develops some new habits in us. You remember I was looking to this beautiful screen of Windows. You don't know, but we have a Windows screen here. And I remember that this Minesweeper and Solitaire and all these games, they were created to create a habit of drag and drop in us. Yeah, so we were learning how to drag and drop objects through drag and drop of cards. So while continuing these thoughts, I was thinking, what will develop in us if we play games like GTA and they become more and more realistic? So it will be harder to distinguish where is the reality and where is the game. But on the other hand, this new technology will help us to create some other things that are more or less realistic and look like realistic. And it's a great opportunity because what happens in gaming industry, there are two drivers in the world, gaming industry and porn industry. They use every new technology as first comers because they are quick in their decision making and launching the new products. Whatever these two guys are doing changes our life in all other industries. So I think with the 6th edition of it, it will bring the new understanding of reality to the masses, and it will change our life not in gaming but in other fields.
If we continue this thought, several periods ago, I read about that we are in an attention economy. So we have a limited time, and all the startups and all the technologies are competing with each other, how we engage with them and how much time we spend with them. Either it's a game, either it's an application, or it's a different kind of experience. So what you think that in the future experiences, what should we dedicate to spread our attention and our focus? And
first, we have to understand one fundamental point. Sometimes we try to catch attention, but with the wrong things. And then people remember us with the wrong things. Yes, we have their attention, but the thing that they remember on us, it's wrong. So, of course, it's attention economy, but only right things work in this attention economy, even if we have the guy's attention. As for the future experiences, we'll have a whole panel for this, and I will not dive into details right now, but the future of every good experience, because there are also bad experiences a lot, future of every good experience is continuity, because we have fragmented experiences in our lives, and only continued, uninterruptible experiences are good ones for the future. And then I'll share a few more details later.
Perfect.
I would like to fix my position as a party pooper.
Oh.
Raising up the sad thing. I think that when Queen of Anglia, of England, went up on the first train, the doctor told her that don't do that; it will hurt your brain. And this is part of the skepticism that followed any technology advances. I think that the change that we are moving now from, for playing Donkey Kong to WinPC, and now Sergey is developing an amazing VR or augmented reality games, is opening us to technology that can speed up humanity, and we can even say things like superhuman, that by harnessing the power of AI understanding how the human brains works, we can make our personal attention more focused, more effective. And as we today use in machine learning computational efficiency models, we can model the brain and act and operate those models on the brain plasticity. And sorry for using some terms, but eventually we have now tools to take AI, take the human mind and human person, bridge the gap, and find solutions that merge together to the better of humanity.
Yeah. So what the solutions should be? That we have, like obvious, what I would advocate, but I don't have any clue, is the medicine, right? How easy can we cure things? How we can easily understand things behind human? But at the same time, as David said, that most of the inventions sometimes happens under the game development or under the war, or under the porn industry, right? It matters which direction we are. And my next question and my next topic is like, what are the new toys? Because sometimes when something new happens, most of us treat them as a toys, right? It's just a toy. It's a really small one. No one brings it to attention. Or some of them even treated the mobile phone as a toy and did not see the future of the mobile phones. Sergey, I want to just starting with you that because you are like really close to the gadgets and at the same time how you should use it. So what's the new toys in your direction, right?
Yeah, I can talk about about some stuff from my work, but I can. One interesting story from my previous work. I was working for a green energy company, and several years ago we were doing a user research on EV drivers. EV, it's electrical vehicles, and at that time they were not like so there were like some Teslas, Nissan Leafs, and that's pretty it. Right now, all the major brands have them. And when we were like talking to the drivers, like what was the decision to buy EV car at that time, like in most of the cases, it wasn't like the green effect of the car, it's the gadget on wheels. So like first Teslas, people treat them as a toy, as a gadget on wheels, because it was the first car with huge touch screen. You can press the buttons, you know, like everything is like within this touch screen. You can operate like different like ventilation modes and the temperature and this and that, and you can also like even like watch Netflix and play video games and stuff, and some people even like try mine Bitcoin on that and so on. So I think like toys or like gamification of new technology will always happen. So there is a like adoption curve for any technology. So there's like people that are like jumping on anything new, doesn't matter what. So like people like us, we just want to explore new things, to play with them just for the sake of our own development. We just have fun of playing with new technology, even if it's outside of our field of knowledge or work. Like, oh, there is something new, I want to try that. And like initially, before, for example, ChatGPT came, people were trying the things. Or like when Midjourney was really bad, like was really, really bad. I was playing with that like a year and a half ago, and then like it's gracefully developed. So in the adoption curve, you have these early adopters, then you have like more coming to the mainstream scenario. So I think like everything that is happening right now, it's like with AI, it's still, I would still treat that as a coming out of the toy stage. It's not the mass adoption yet, but it's all toys. It's, you know, we'll see how it goes. And I think that again, I want to mention that the most groundbreaking stuff in several years will happen not in the hardware side of things. We are very limited by physics. If it's like the performance of the chipsets and so on, but the actual, like, you can change the algorithm, like, and it can change dramatically the output. If you have seen what Midjourney was doing in a year and a half ago, and right now, it's mind-blowing. It's just scary, the speed of development. In the hardware world, it will not happen. So we will not have suddenly like contact lenses that like do enforce 4K screens or anything like that. Or if we will have, it will cost like a lot. That's why like Vision or like Pro headset, for example, costs like that, because it has lots of technology which just costs huge amount of money. It's a toy right now. So coming towards like mass adoption, it will lose its like toyness. But again, yeah, like the software will be akin for quite some time in the toy space.
Yeah, I agree. The one thing I bring to the toy area that everyone is practicing now is ChatGPTs. Nowadays, everyone can talk the machine and get something from it, like more concrete with the information. And at the same time, yesterday when I was searching about brain.space, there was one image which really made me to think. There was a saying that, well, you can type things to get something from the machine. And at the same time, you can say to the machine, and it will do anything you want. Like you can order something through the voice assistant, and you can do through anything through the voice. But what happens when you think about something not typing, not telling, but thinking about something, and something executes the order. So I think the brain company like really touched the future of it. And please share some words about that.
So gate touch-based, I think it was a big bang at the beginning of this year when actually the majority started using AI with the ChatGPT, which proven to the general society that AI is not just a buzzword, it's something which can be applicable. And this made a tremendous change in our world, which is neuroscience, which was even earlier than games. It was before being a toy. Neuroscience was a science that was dedicated for only specific persons, like doctors and academia and researchers, mad researchers that putting all kind of electrodes inside the head. And these things becoming a reality now. The future is here, and we are surrounded by sensors, biosensors that mimic every part of our body, and our body is linked to the brain, and hence we have brain data. And you were talking about we're going to sync and text. So there is a solution like that already exists for disabled people, and this is actually the emerge of the technology into real applications, but with the fast movement of technology and the fast evolvement, which is amazing in algorithms and understanding massive data sets and interpreting that. I strongly believe that the near future will not be people sitting here and talking between themselves or reading. It will be like sharing thoughts in a different aspect, in a different way, and it will make the communication much more coherent. Think about languages different, think about people that cannot speak. I think that this communication layer will expand the ability of humanity to collaborate better and find solutions to problems that today exist that we don't know how to answer them.
Yeah. So it's not easy to imagine the interactions on that direction, but through the technology, like I see that will happen. So in terms of how we interact things or evolution of user interaction, so I want to touch a little bit about the direction, how we see ourselves as a wealth creation, or how we treat money, or how the banking area really resonates us in terms of wealth creation and increasing between us, right? How you think that the direction of the interactions will be changed in the future?
Well, it's quite a complex thing. First, I wanted to comment about toys because, everything is perceived as a toy before you find the right justification that is believable for the people around you. So then it becomes a serious thing, yeah? And that it was a time when internet was a toy. And we were not so easily understood by people around us why we are spending our time in internet. And currently internet is like a parallel world, and our life is in internet, yeah? Mm-hmm. So the same happens everywhere. As for AI and the interaction of AI, actually, we were using AI before, but we had no visible access to its results because, for example, when we use Spotify, we use AI because its algorithms are learning us, our habits, and then suggesting us what will be our next song. But we never think that it's AI because we don't see exact results of how it works, and we don't think in, let's say, AI terms. For example, as a Meta guy is here, my mother is using Meta Portal, which is discontinued, unfortunately, and she's not speaking a single word in English, and she never used computer, but at the same time, she can say, hey, Portal, call David, and I'm on the other side of the world. So several years ago, it was actually a toy in our home. And now it's a useful device because we found the right justification for it. The same I expect will happen in a money world and a banking world, etc. If someone, let's say next month, will introduce money AI, something like talk to the guy and he will invest instead of you, of course there will be four lines of legal text. It's not a financial advice, etc., etc. But of course, it will be just another interface to communicate with some another robot which will think instead of you, right? But as with every AI, it's a matter of trust. And people are very, very cautious when it comes to money. They can trust your personal data, they can trust your whole life, but when it's about money, they are like the most cautious in the world. So I think the money world and the banking world will be the last who will adopt the communicative AIs and generative AIs in their everyday business because of people's trust. But at the same time, it will happen as we will use generative AIs and we will see the results every day in all aspects of our life. Banking will be there and money world will be there, and they will definitely be ahead of the progress, but just in the right moment, because it was like 10 years ago, people were experimenting with QR codes, and it was a fun thing to do. And let's say we brought one Israeli startup who helped us with the QR scanner software, brought that to Georgia 10 years ago, and it was like innovation. Today, you don't have to describe what is QR code because everyone is using it. So and it's used in payments, that's why I'm saying. So when it's the right moment, then the whole progress will come, of course, to the money world also, but it's just on an exact moment in time, not before, not later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to add to some points about like interaction and trust and so on. Hey Meta, make a picture. So
you are with Ray-Bans, yeah.
Yeah, so
I have them at home.
That's like example on two things, right? So first interaction. So I'm sitting here, and a toy, maybe three things, right? So first I'm sitting here having a conversation, and I'm using my voice, right? So that's a new way of interact with computer. I'm using my voice. There's also AI element in that, language recognition. When it made a picture, there was like a white light. And like why we are talking about that, why we're talking about trust. So this looks like a normal glasses. And when I'm going and I'm putting my phone and I'm pointing on you, you kind of get the idea. So I will be making a photo of you, and you can maybe like against that, and you can come to me and like, oh, I don't want to be on your picture. With things like cameras on the devices that doesn't look like cameras, trust and privacy becomes more issues. Or like imagine like I'm just recording this whole time. You know, like that's things that we need to think about, like when we are designing products, like how we can make sure the privacy is working, how we make sure like the trust element is there. Like if I'm asking some stuff, where the voice will be processed, like whether they will store all my voice and so on. So these all things that right now people that are working in technology, they have to take care on before it coming to mass market. And in terms of like, again, like toying and AI and so on, I think like, so like if imagine like 10 years ago, what has happened, there was like word clouds. Everyone's just like, oh, we are running this cloud software, or this graphical editor is in cloud, or this is a cloud storage. So it was a buzzword, and people were like, again, like they had VC funding because like, oh, we have everything in the cloud and stuff. So that same thing happening right now with AI. So you put the buzzwords in your like pitch deck, like bam, money is flowing. But and then people also like, some people freak out by the word itself. Some people are like jumping on the product because it has AI like buzzwords. But what has happened with the cloud? You don't think about it right now. Like you are using your Gmail, you're using like whatever is there, like your Photoshop, like you have something in the cloud. It's just part of the product. You don't think about the cloud element of that. Same thing will happen with like AI. No one will be thinking like, oh, I have this messaging app, or I have these glasses, it uses AI, and it's like something magical.
Yeah.
Or like spreadsheets, like you are doing some work in Excel, you press some, or like you're doing meetings, and at the end of the meeting you have all the meeting notes structured, what are the action plans, what is the summary, and so on, and you will not be thinking about that as like something magical as AI. You'll be thinking, oh, there's utility in the app or in the hardware that is doing something useful for me. You will not be thinking about, like, again, like we are, like people that are working in technology, we're all excited about the technology element of that. Most people don't care. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, if it works, if it does the thing for them, they don't really care, like, how it's powered.
So one thing maybe what most of the people have to think is that how actually can we expect that technology truly understands us? So on the other side, right? And I want to ask you that how in your company it's envisioned that how the technologies in different areas really understands us as a human.
So we look at the two divided entities now. We have the AI that we were talking in details here, which is quantified, is measurable, it's very precise and built on statistics. But on the other hand, there are us, human. We are blurb, we are emotional, sometimes act in irrational way. And there is a gap here that needs to be closed. We actually need to give the AI tools to better understand us, humans. And here the perspective of BrainSpace is that in order to do so, we have our body. Our body is transmitting signals that indicate in our mental states and cognitive states. We talked about interaction. I think that the next step from interaction is not about speaking outside, because we do have a lot of communication channels through technology. What is missing today is internal interaction, to know better yourself, your mind, your soul, and the ability to harness the power of technology to better understand yourself is very powerful. And if we'll give the technology the tools to better understand each and every one of us, with the abnormalities and with the uniqueness of every person, the technology will work for us much better. And it will not only be like a toy we love, it will be something we live with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally agree with the direction. David, the next direction and a section of our panel is like data-driven experiences.
Okay.
Like the personalized experiences, maybe two personalized experiences that one at the hand creates wealth for people, and at the same time, not directly wealth as money, but a different type of experiences that helps people to move their mind or experience in different direction. What's your thoughts about the data-driven experiences in your area?
I don't distinguish them as a data-driven or non-data-driven, because it has to be driven based on some facts, and data is the best fact. Yeah. So the thing that the whole business world stands on is to understand your customer. Yeah. And how you understand your customer without doing research and doing their data coming from their past habits and past activities. Yeah. So basically, what I believe, and I believe in it not only from today or like last year, is that we can advance ourselves in understanding our customer, but we have to do so constantly. Because there are still some businesses that are blind, and they do it with gut feeling or whatever else. Like they know their customer as they believe, but without data, without checking what happens in their numbers. Yeah. My short answer is, if someone is not data-driven, they will be bankrupt later or sooner. So it's not a question for me if it will be data-driven or not. So
You have to.
every good experience should be and will be data-driven.
Yeah. So what does it mean to the human AI direction, and in terms of, at the same time, productivity direction? So
I think that Sergey answered the question for me in his previous talk. Eventually, it's all about the balance between the privacy, regulation, and the benefits it provides. So if you have benefits that overcome the regulatory limitation, the benefits will survive, the benefits will overcome those challenges. And as David mentioned very well, the motivation lies in the users, in the customers. If they had a benefit, let's take Meta, for example, from the beginning. No one wanted to share pictures for the entire world, but if you get interaction, social interactions, likes, and love, and connections. I personally met my wife on Facebook. Thank you, Sergey. But eventually, it's all about this balance. And if you get benefits, you will overcome any barrier along the way. Either it's privacy, regulation, and any limitation about the data. And we strongly believe in BrainSpace that we are going to change the world to be a better place. As I said, we would like to give us humans more power to understand ourselves and to use technology for the better of humanity. And that's what leads, that's what will lead this path of getting to big data and data-driven businesses to better understand the mind and harvest that to the better of humanity.
yeah.
I want to jump in on previous topic and this one. So one thing that I'm excited about, like data-driven stuff and everything like that, is the world understanding, or like how, for example, like AI can understand humans better. First of all, like AI will understand the world better. This will start firstly, just like, so right now we have AI that is consuming the like a lot of language, but also a lot of imagery. And right now even Google launched a thing where they, like AI can see the YouTube video and kind of like interact with the user about the YouTube video. So you can have a conversation about like what is happening in the video itself. And that's quite an interesting thing because later on, imagine like these glasses, they will be able to like look at the surroundings and understand what's going on. Oh, this is at the stage, the person is sitting on the stage, there is audience, or oh, there was a question about like data-driven stuff, and there's like, it went and it's like maybe just like talking to me like, or like you playing poker, and you know, like all sorts of like things can happen. So, and I think that like world understanding is quite exciting, and it's less scary than human understanding. And again, I think like world understanding in terms of like data-driven, less scary itself in terms of like the data the AI can collect than the human. I'm always excited with the new tech. But we also need to be like reasonable. There's lots of jokes about the OpenAI company that they have the highest paid engineers are like, let's say 1 million a year, because the only job they have to do, they have an access to the button to turn off OpenAI servers. So that's a joke, but that's like where we operate right now. So no one wants another Skynet to appear. And actually like all this drama that was like 2-3 weeks ago about like CEO of OpenAI going here and there are rumors that it was before because they have discovered like some jump in the model that can be like even more like, you know, more extended than a human brain. So like we always have to think about that. And imagine like right now we are feeding just the language model, but like imagine like the computers will have data about my biochemistry. Like, and then we already have a face recognition, and like computers can understand our emotions from the face. But if they will have an access to my biochemistry, they will know all the level of hormones right now I have, like whether I'm stressed sitting here, whether I'm relaxed, and so on and so forth. That's a bit like scary stuff, and I'm not sure like I really want like computers to go to like human understanding and like then data-driven things in that sense. So when it's like about entertainment and stuff, I guess like, yeah, where we draw the line. And like one thing that like there will be people that are, let's say, slow people. That what happened with the OpenAI. They kind of have maybe a fight between people that are slow and cautious and people that just want to build shit. So like I'm a bit in between. I'm a father of two as well. So like it's a bit different approach. So we'll see.
Yeah, we touched a little bit our child. And the next topic which brings in my mind is that we are talking about the future, and we have to mention skills and knowledge is required for the future, right? And David, you have any thoughts, for sure you have, about the skills and knowledge which is required now and will be required for future, even to consume what will be in the future, right?
You are talking about professions that will become obsolete, yeah? They are fears all the time. In every period of history has these fears that some professions will disappear, but one profession disappears, 7 appears. So it's always like life cycle of it, and it happens with the skills and the. As we were talking about data and all this stuff, the data professions appear that never happened before. Like to me, it's a continuous process, and it's like natural process of appearing and disappearing. But what I wanted to say about this usage fares, etc. It's always a proportion of new comforts that come to your life and the trade-offs of your data that you are ready to give away for that particular comfort. Yeah? So if this fare is higher than the possible and potential comfort, you are afraid and you are strict and you try to avoid yourself. The same happens with the new professions and every new technology that comes. Yeah? So to not to go too far, when social media was the new thing, we don't have social media specialists. And we had a PR specialists and PR departments were doing social media stuff because we don't have any social media specialists. Today we have the new profession. It's not new, sorry, it's a 10-year-old, but we have social media teams, digital marketeers, and very minor specialists like advertising, analytics guy or something, yeah? So the same now will happen with the AI stuff. Now people who are playing with ChatGPT and these generative things, in a few years you will hire them because it will be like everyday life for everyone. The same again and again. So I don't think that any profession becomes completely obsolete if it's still relevant and if it solves the relevant problem. But what will definitely happen, and it happens like every day, is that you have to upgrade yourself. And if you stay the same as you were 10 years ago, you are obsolete, not your profession. So it's about constant upgrading and constantly learning something new. So,
yeah, Sergey, when I was outlining your intro, you have a Flash product, right?
Yeah.
And it's totally dead.
I had Flash guy in my team. Now he's iOS developer. So
yeah. So how you evolved? You obviously evolved, but what's your thing? What will be next?
So again, like I always think about that in perspective of my kids' life. When you have kids, you're looking at these things differently, and I know that there's like when I was young, I'm 42, and when I was young, it's like, oh, you like when you're 17, you already have to like figure out what you want to do in life because there's like 5 years of uni and stuff. And right now, like I don't force my kids to think about job or work profession at all, because like in their age, like the kid is like my son is 13, girl is 8. It doesn't like make sense to think about stuff, because like once they get to the point where they will work in something, like things will change so dramatically that like there will be again, like there will be something new, some stuff will be obsolete and so on. And at the same, like one thing that people have to accept, they need to be ready, is the fast pace of changes. So that's the thing that you have to be comfortable enough. You are learning, you are working with this thing today, in 2 years' time, you have to switch to something completely different. That's the thing that you have, like that's the main skill you have to acquire. And that's like the biggest one. A part of several job professions that will exist no matter what. So one of the most expensive things in the UK is a plumber. So no AI will change that. So the guy comes to my house, he's like, oh, I will take a look at the stuff, and he billed me 120 pounds for half an hour work, and he has done nothing. So like, so some professions will stay, you know, you need your nails done, no AI will help that. So, you know.
You definitely watched the cartoon movie about the plumber, which is the one guy who exists now who creates money, right? And the one answer of this question is that at first, somehow I want to understand my mind, how you expand these skills and knowledge to this direction.
So,
beyond
considering the discussion that we are in a very interesting discussion and open-minded about family, and I think that there are two things that I would like to tackle in that perspective. One, I think that regarding existing jobs that will be extincted, that will go on, I think that in the nature of humanity is to create, and technology just gives us tools to create something different, something more, so more jobs will be created. But going back to your question about the mind, I think that one of the basic impacts of field of impact that I personally keen to tackle is education. And you touched me at a very sensitive point about the kids, because today education system lacks the ability to give proper tool to our kids. Because what we really need to give our kids today is values. Values of curiosity, values of flexibility, because things change so much, value of how to learn and not to learn stuff. And I think that the ability to adapt to this fast-changing environment is really related to the brain and how our brain plasticity can do those fast changes in the most efficient way, and to adapt to everybody, because it's not about the kids. Every kid is unique, and every kid has its own adaptation level and his favorite things that he would like to do, and in the proper time. So if you ask me what I'm keen to do with brain data, is that doing adaptive education, allow every kid to learn the best knowledge that he can get in the proper manner, in the most engaging way.
Yeah, agree. Any thoughts before we will finish, or directions? Yeah. So thank you, panelists. I learned several things from all of you. Thank you for organizers, and at the same time, thank you for listening and attention.
Okay, so let me announce a 5 minutes break, and after 5 minutes we'll start our culmination of the day, which is semifinals. So get ready and get excited, and waiting for you in 5 minutes. Huh. We have one more exciting component this evening, and this is semifinals. And we have 10 companies here pitching in front of you. Together with jury, we'll have a feedback session as well available, and let me open it gladly. So, welcome our VCs who will be judging today's semifinals, and those are Bas Gozga, founding partner at Acrobator VC, Maurice Verbi, founder at Crossspring, and Jesus Otrus Lozano, GM at Silicon Capital Partners. So, and we have 10 companies, amazing companies who went through the competition. We selected them for semifinals to pitch in front of you and in front of the judges, who will be naming 3 companies after this semifinals, who will present the final pitch on the main stage of the Rustaveli Theater, which is the culmination of our event, 2 days event. So before I get started, let me remind that there is an investment consideration opportunity for our semi-finalists, and that will be dependent on mutual kind of interest, of course, but this opportunity will open up based on the stages you move forward. These companies will move forward with. So let me get started with the first presenter, which is Tori, which is marketing automation solution using AI. Welcome, Sandro. Okay.
Hi everyone, I'm Sandro, co-founder of Story. Story has been recognized as one of the best products of the year by Product Hunt. And let me explain you why. Every business wants to be memorable and have brand identity. But it's really hard for a small business to manage all across the different stakeholders, platforms, and they cannot maintain it. Usually they have to use like 6 different tools, which takes time and incurs costs. So that's why we created Story, a completely unified and automated platform that combines brand creation, content scheduling, assets management, and direct publishing and analytics. This is completely scalable and fully automated solution. Let me show you how it works. First, you can create or upload your brand. Then, according to these brand guidelines, you can schedule, create, generate content for all social media platforms at once. This includes texts and visuals as well. And the whole process is very seamless. It's like intuitive. You do not need anything to learn. And you can directly distribute it to all social media. Story is an ecosystem. It's a multiplayer system where you can invite other collaborators, whether this is your team or external, and collaborate here. That's why it has network effect. And one user usually invites 3 other users on Story. I'll start again. Okay. Did you see something, or it was off all the time? Okay. Did you see this? This one? So Story has network effect. Usually one user invites 3 more new users. That might be editor or just viewer. And that's why since the launch from August, 2,800 brands have been created with Story, more than 60,000 posts published, and we have users from 110 countries. Most of them are from the United States. This is our team. I myself have experience in starting companies and had a successful exit. Our CTO is a senior software engineer, has been working in aviation software, and all of our team are experienced. We've been working together for more than a year now. Every software we developed is developed in-house. Thank you, and I will gladly take questions. Are there questions?
Okay, nice product, nice presentation. Yeah, I just got the microphone, but I'll just... Basically, do you also do campaign setup with UTM tagging? Is it interconnectable with Google Analytics and other tracking, or is it more the creative campaigns without tracking?
At the moment, we do not have tracking, but we are considering to implement that.
But you mean not developing, but making it interactive?
Sorry?
You would mean that you integrate it into the platform, or that you would set up your own tracking?
Currently, we retrieve data analytics, but we have not really pushed it to production. Now we provide analytics, and data based on performance of content, then it's fed back to the brand, and brand adapts. So brand is not like one PDF that you created or was generated with us, but it improves over the time according to the feedback that it gathers based on performance of content.
Can you say anything about traction financially? Did those brands all use a free tool, or did you earn some cash?
No, we launched like 3 weeks ago payment with Stripe, and we already have some revenue, MRR, and also we launched on AppSumo and have some revenue there.
And last question for me, like deal terms and traction, and investor traction?
We are closing this round maybe this week for $500,000.
Local money, or?
No, we are in 500 global, that's 100K, and 2 angels are investing 200K.
When you talk about brands, what exactly do you mean by it? Is it a company then?
Yeah, so companies is like LLC, right? Just register somewhere. But some companies have do not have any kind of brand identity. Those companies can generate from a description of their company. Like imagine pasting about us. We are doing that, our customers are that, and then whole brand identity, target audience is defined, their tone of voice, customer personas, colors that would match their identity. So it's both visual and contextual, and it's generated. But if you have your brand book, maybe you are a more mature company, you can just upload it, and the content creation will consider your brand as a starting point.
And if you look now at the current traction, could you tell a bit more maybe about your ideal customer profile? Do you think you already see one because of the traction?
Yeah, of course. So I was talking more about SMBs, but our go-to-market strategy is not focused on SMBs. We are focused on more social media managers, content managers, marketers. You can call them small agencies if you like. And those guys bring in like 20 different brands, companies that are under their portfolio. And for us, in terms to address them with marketing, it is possible. Also, we are talking with big agencies, and eventually we will do directly SMBs as well. But for now, that's our go-to-market strategy because it's faster.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. This is a highly competitive sector. So what are your unique selling propositions? How do you differentiate?
Yeah, so basically what we do, imagine when the source is created. This is a collaborative platform. When I mentioned that, it means you can switch among different brands, teams, and it's easy to manage multiple stakeholders in brands like ecosystem. And the whole point there is when something happens from the brand owner or representative, let's say like company, usually it takes quite some time until it's posted or publicized, right? With us, we make it very simple that you provide the description of event, whether it's text, context, visuals, everything, very easy, so others can take on and distribute it like basically live. Like something's happening here, I can do like it can be posted in 30 seconds, according to my brand guidelines everywhere. And the point is that we believe that you have to be at the source. Imagine like source on top of the mountain, source of the river, and we try to be there, and from there, where content is incepted, then it goes downstream over there, many deltas connections, and into the ocean that we can call social media, right? So we grab it in the very beginning, plus we have all our software has been developed in-house. It's simple to use. You do not have any adoption curve. Anybody, whether that's a professional or somebody who represents a company, client, both can join and like without any learning, start working it. Imagine like Figma is for design. There was Adobe, more complex, XD, stuff like that. And we are like Figma for marketing.
But you mentioned you create a kind of community before going into the social media. How is this useful for the brand? It's like, I'm trying to imagine, you know, the use case. So is for the brand to have the first contact with, for example, their influencers, or
No.
or is for the brand to connect with social media managers, or
yeah.
What is the use, let's say, for the big
Yes,
brand?
yes. So let's take an example of like small agency or social media manager. There's a social media manager. There's some flower shop CEO. They have also maybe graphic designer, but they don't have copywriter, or they have marketer, somebody. They need to collaborate. You need to confirm or do comments. And previously it was like they would use Dropbox to send material. Then this design or creative team would finish products, content, and send them back. They would screenshot and edit. But here you see it live as it progresses. So you have one side you have, if don't, AI will do it. Those are creative people. Another is somebody who's managing your marketing. And another stakeholder is people from that company who you need confirmation on everything, right? Before you publish for them.
Sorry, this is Trello, this is Monday, this is any
No. Monday is for productivity. You can schedule tasks, right? One person started, another person, like it's in 6 hours pending, completed. We have like Monday part, but you see live what's happening. It's created, you visually see, you can edit content, not like tasks. You can also schedule with us, like it's on Hootsuite, Buffer, and we have all of this. You don't need any other software. So with us, you wouldn't need Monday for marketing or Notion or something like that.
Yeah, now that you mention Hootsuite, I'm thinking like these decacorns and unicorns like HubSpot, Hootsuite, what do you call them, SEMrush. I mean, don't you think that on a product roadmap they could integrate, not integrate, but develop a lot of what you have or have already developed? I'm wondering, are you going to just sell to them in a few years your product, or is it you're going to be head-on competing?
I'll discuss that offer. I don't know, but Hootsuite is a good example. Yes, but it's more complex. Hootsuite started as scheduling tool and eventually added content creation part. It's more for like professional use. Our is more simple, easy to use, and we start from the brand. So it's like different directions. Imagine like Android and iOS, both do the same thing, but different.
But doesn't HubSpot also have this tool? Like they have a social media engine in there.
Yeah, they have social media, scheduling, content management, but content creation and brand management is not there. Professional creates content, uploads there, they schedule, manage it, publish it. So we are, that is like add-on for us. We added also scheduling and that kind of stuff. We could have like outsourced that to Buffer and integrated Buffer, for example, who does only that. But we wanted to put everything under one dashboard, so we don't have to go somewhere. But the key part is brand and identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandro. You were first and brave, and our judges had a lot of energy for what I'm really grateful. Reminding house rules, we have 3 minutes for pitch, 5 minutes for Q&As, but we are not strict with Q&As time as it is not standard competition. It's also linked with investment opportunity, and I'm happy that our judges had full information about company that contributes to the final decision making. So let's continue, and the next up is Kalen AI, AI-powered voice assistant for call centers.
Question. Have you ever called to a company to ask a simple question and then they just put you on hold for 15 minutes and just hang up without answering? So now please keep your hand raised if you want your questions to be answered in real time. Okay. Now please raise your hands if you want to work as a call center agent to answer those questions. Do you see the problem here? Companies are constantly hiring and training call center agents that eventually quit in 4 months because their job is to answer the same questions 100 times a day and talking with furious customers because they have been waiting for 15 minutes on the telephone. To fix this problem, we created Kalen AI. Kalen AI is an enterprise voice and chat assistant that takes calls and helps customers to accomplish even complex tasks through a human-like conversations. On August the 2nd, we've launched the first Georgian enterprise voice AI with insurance company Ardi. Since then, Ardiana has served more than 25,000 customers and made 7,300 appointments. We also have, and also Ardiana holds the record for the fastest appointment, which is 47 seconds. Usually, call center agents' best time is like 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Our paying customer list also includes 2 biggest hospital chains in Georgia, Aversi and Avex Hospitals. And we plan to launch their voice AI automation in February. Now, why you should consider investing in our company? First, we have a fantastic team that can do impossible. Because building voice AI automation for enterprise, it's a very hard task itself. But building it for Georgian language, for a small language like Georgian, is literally impossible. For example, Estonia, they doesn't have their national voice assistant. Second reason why you should invest in us, because we are already profitable. So we are not burning cash, we are making money. So we don't need VC actually to survive. Third, I'm the only investor in the company. So, and we also raised equity-free funding from Georgian government last year. And the fourth one is that I'm too old to fail. So, in the future, every company will need an AI representative. And they will invest in our service because it will not only cut costs on customer service, but also make their customers and employees happy because they will interact with each other without stress. And that's how Kalen AI will make this world a bit better. Thank you.
Great stuff, and you're not that old, but basically what I'm wondering is firstly, like the Georgian market is not that huge. If you want to become a unicorn, you need to expand. I think I've seen in your deck that you want to expand to other markets in this region.
Sure, absolutely. So I have discussed this with Adam Chair, co-founder of Siri, and he told me that, okay guys, if you can build Georgian-speaking voice assistant, which is not easy to do because, you know, AI and tech giants ignore small markets and everything. So you probably can have some kind of expertise that will help you to build the same solution for other underserved markets. So we see our opportunity in serving underserved markets, which is kind of big market if you see combined. It's like 9% of the whole market with like 750 million people of population. So, and by the way, Georgian market is about $50 million a year. If we take call center minutes and just automate half of it, it's $50 million a year, which is not bad. For example, the revenue of Nuance, which we, I mean, consider that they will probably want to acquire us because they have to offer like a global coverage and they will probably need the small markets as well. So their revenue is 1.9 billion. So it's just 40 times more. And I'm talking about Georgian market only.
Do you feel that with some ChatGPT 5 or 6, you may become obsolete, that this is all just already done by some sort of smarter technology?
No.
You're just a thin layer on top?
So nobody knows what ChatGPT is holding in the future, but our approach is that we don't have our own technology first. So we are kind of integrator. We are building solution using the best tool, because building a voice assistant like requires 5 or 6 platforms. You have to use 5 or 6 technologies, and only 5 or 6 companies in the world have the full stack to build it, right? So the first is that we use the best technology. If ChatGPT is there, we are testing it. It's not good at the moment.
Slow?
It's not a good fit for enterprise AI automation. For B2C products like, language learning and other stuff, it's okay. But with the strict processes and, predictable outcomes, you can't use ChatGPT yet. If they will get there, we will do. But our approach is that when you're doing artificial intelligence, well, artificial intelligence is intelligence replicated using software, hardware, and technology that is available at the moment. So we have to consider how natural intelligence works, and if we look at it from the evolutionary biology perspective, it doesn't work like autocomplete. So our brain is not working on autocomplete technology, so it's completely different stuff. So, and I believe that ChatGPT, will not replace, will not be AGI. And that's my take on that. But if it all will work, we will use it. So we don't have any limitations on that.
Do you have data on kind of the unsatisfactory answers where somehow the AI or your tool did not understand and it had to be escalated to a human being? And also the second question in that, do you have survey data on people that maybe drop the phone, they don't want to be
Sure,
helped
absolutely.
by a robot?
We have all the numbers because we have launched it like 4 months ago. So we have all the, for example, our main fear was that Georgians will not talk to a robot because the voice is not really good. For Georgian, for English language, you can find really nice voices. For Georgian, not. But the fact is that only 16% of customers ask to talk to a human agent when they hear that they talk to robots. And as for the, there are errors. During the conversation, there are lots of errors. It's natural. It's natural when you talk to some person and you have some errors. And we have great error handling. Error handling is a big part of our UX design, how we design conversations and everything. So there is of course it's easier in English, but we can still create a working solution and application for Georgian language as well. So probably, there is more errors like, speech-to-text errors, natural language processing errors in there. But if you have a good, decent error handling in place in the design, it works perfectly well.
My last question is that it sounds as if the purpose mainly is that the whole meeting action, call to action is the thing. So it does mean that there's a whole glossary or index of different topics where your tool will not answer and immediately say, okay, herefore I will connect you to an operator or something?
Sure. So there are questions, there are processes that can be automated. Like, for example, if you have a backend, if you have a service in the backend and you have this process handled by operator using scripts. So you have script, you have a process, you have a backend, it can be fully automated by AI. But there are some services that require, manual work, and this will not be automated. And if customer requests this type of service, then it will be transferred to the human agent.
Thank you. You were mentioning earlier that you're already cash flow positive. Could you elaborate a bit more about on your price strategy and
Sure.
how long it takes to implement a new client?
Okay, so about our pricing. So we have very low pricing because call center automation starts at $300,000. And if you, for example, request our partners Cognigy or other big companies, they will, like, it's minimum when they start. Our pricing is about $45,000, like $50,000 ACV. And also we have usage-based support fee. I mean, it depends on the, let me just, show the slide. So we have, this is the kind of minimum packages that we have, because if you have under this, you don't need automation actually, right? So this is the minimum packages that we have, but usually it's like $3,000-4,000 a month, our like typical customer pays. And also for chat and also for development, we increased price like 3 times after we launched, because before we launched, everybody was looking at us, okay, Google can't do Georgian language. You have no chance of making it. So, and despite of this, we have launched it, it works, we have great customer feedback on that, the customers are happy. If you want, I can play a recording of the robot, sorry, in Georgian. But you will understand from the audience reaction how positively they, because they don't have to wait, it works fast, and I mean,
okay.
It's better than any call center agent.
And you're mentioning that it's interesting to look at also other smaller markets, but how do you keep an eye on which markets you would like to move into, so which languages? Because there are many others that are also trying in these local languages.
Yeah, that's a great question, and language is the main barrier for entering the market, because obviously if you want to build conversational application, language is the interface, right? So you have to build the interface in this language. So yeah, this required 3 or 6 months of hiring, training, and everything. But I mean, it makes sense because you are entering the market. It's a blue ocean, so it's yours basically. Like in Georgia, we don't have any competition there. And for example, in Estonia, when we announced launch in Georgia, because we started in the US market, we announced launch in Georgia at about the same time Estonia announced Bureaucrat. Bureaucrat is a voice assistant for government services, and they also announced this funding of 1.8 million euros. And then I just looked at the update, where they are, at what stage, because I thought that they have already built it. And the update was like this: Euro Commission funded this project 53 million euros, and they expect it to finish by the end of 2025. So if you know someone in the Estonian government, we can build it in 6 months for 5 million.
Okay, I need you to convince me that you are not dead, okay? Because we're talking about technology that it is under development for more than 200 projects worldwide that they invest on average 100 million euros to compete, okay, to compete with the top AIs that will also manage this market on the enterprise. Okay. I know many projects well funded, using from their own, let's say, AIs to make an integration. So this is unstoppable. You cannot say, well, if there will be technologies, we'll adopt those technologies. No, no, no. If there will be voice assistants for enterprises, how can you go to the enterprises with your voice assistant? You mentioned, as far as I understand, 2, let's come back to USPs. First, Georgian. But if we mention that, okay, we are going to find the Georgian needs, then you have an opportunity. The largest AIs will not come to Georgia so early, but this opportunity is also limited on time. And then you said, and this is what I need to understand, we will add a layer, we'll add a layer to the enterprises. So which layer? How are you really going to compete with what is going to happen? How are you going to differentiate and then keep in a strong market?
Differentiate from who?
From any other voice assistants for enterprises. 7 years ago, we saw how Google was calling a hairdresser, it was an AI, and making an appointment.
It was fake, by the way.
It was a fake, but we saw it 7 years ago. So can you imagine what Google is doing right now with this hairdresser?
Have you ever contacted Google support?
No, of course no.
Please try how they work.
I've contacted many supports, so I understand that the problem is there, the need is there, and this is why, because I have contacted support, this is why we know, you and me, we know that large enterprises will be using large technologies. So my question, because the problem is real, so my question to you, how are you going to be the differentiation for the enterprises to decide to work with you and not with Google, or not with Meta, or not with SAP, or not with Oracle, or not with Amazon Web Service, or not with all of those giants that are developing this technology for enterprises, or not Digital Virgo in Madrid, you cannot make the investments that my company in Spain is doing. You know, I mean, the Spanish company, what I mean. So how are you going to differentiate? I want to be very, very realistic. Okay?
That's a kind of abstract questions about something that probably will provide the service. Because as I said, we are integrators. So we are using technology from Azure, from Google, from Cognigy, from AudioCodes and other suppliers to orchestrate all these services to build the solution for a particular company. So, and I mean, Google will need us to do that. They will not go to all the enterprises and, you know, create a specific solution for them. I mean, they're not in this business. I mean, if their business, I mean, this is what it is. And also, the second thing is that with the small languages, there is no competition at all. Google probably will go for the US market, probably for, I don't know, for India or China, I don't know, but for Georgia, Estonia, Latvia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, never. That never happens.
But then your market will be very small, no?
I mean,
this is your differentiation. It's small languages. That I'm okay. I mean, if I'm just asking, how can you also grow and become a unicorn? You know?
I mean, our niche is small languages, and that's 9% of all the population. 750 million people speak their languages in their countries. And they all have the same problem as we have here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you so much, Irakli. And let's continue our pitches. And the next up is Cross Creators, AR Content Creation Marketplace. Welcome, Ani.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ani. Okay, let's do it again. So I'm Ani, co-founder and CEO at Cross Creators. We simplify AR content creation for brands. We all know that we people do hate ads. And that's why existing marketing strategies are not working. Slide is not working, and marketing is not working as well. Yeah. Okay. I can continue without slides if you want. Yes or no? I can sing, and I'm coughing right now, so let's finalize this pitch. Great. So, because we hate ads, we all know that these marketing existing strategies are not working anymore, unless brands allow their customers to become the heroes of the experiences. And that can only happen with the help of augmented reality. But me being in AR marketing for more than 5 years now showed me that there are plenty of challenges in AR content creation, especially for SMBs. 8 out of 10 brands lack resources to adopt AR because it's really complex, it's time-consuming, and expensive. That's why we launched Cross Creators, where we unite bits of fragmented creation process into a single product, allowing brands to get content directly by ordering it or buy ready-made, yet customizable templates. We make money through commission of 30% and target $18 billion market. These are SMBs from EU and CIS countries where we know that they have the purchasing power to match with our solution. We mark as our competition freelance and AR marketplaces, but unlike them, we allow our customers to get AR content 60% affordably and 3 times faster. Me with my co-founder Dima have unique experience of working together, building and scaling products for international companies and startups, and we reunited because of the international shift about the virtual goods in marketing. And we're moving fast. We have already secured $650,000. We tripled our traction since launch, and we hit 35K a month. We formed really strong team, and we have huge partnerships with international marketing agencies as well. So now, to fully democratize AR for SMBs, we are opening our round with $1.5 million with the valuation of $7 million. And if you want to change marketing world with us, let's talk.
Well, impressive stuff. What's the acquisition cost of getting a paying customer?
150, sometimes it can be 160.
Dollars,
of course. We are international. Mostly our customers are coming from European market.
So euros.
Yes, not dollars, because like we are US formed, so.
So, and on a product, I did see some stuff, but it was very small screenshots. You've got, the product itself is pretty much live except for the AR.
Yeah, we are working on the AR stock feature right now, where you can just customize your templates, whatever you can buy.
Is there any intellectual property you can kind of?
No, we're just uniting the creators who are working on different kind of platforms, and whoever pays intellectual property is theirs.
And do you get some? I didn't really understand the business model. Is it only on the buyer side, or is it also
commission
on the
brand side? Brands are paying us.
Sorry, and an average deal cost? You mean like
from 1,000 to 1,500?
That's the project cost, and then.
This is the ticket size, average ticket size, whatever we're getting on cross creators. It can be sometimes 10K, 20K, depending on the average project. But like, if we are talking about the average, it can be 1,500. $18 billion market opportunity.
What a number.
Okay.
What is your view on also the automation tools to create 3D models? Do you see that that will maybe also make the creators obsolete at one point?
Our creators are sometimes using some AI, generative AI model for that, and that's why we are kind of like working on that, how to implement it, but they are not in need, because like our creators are doing tailored experiences for our clients, and they are not looking for like general basic libraries at this point, at this moment.
Keep asking. I'm wondering the nature of the cash you're earning. It's not really like recurring revenue because it's per deal.
We have recurring
historically
revenue.
Accumulated since July, August.
It's not like on software. Of course, it's like basic MRR, but of course we have recurring revenue that's from 30 to 35K a month.
Yeah, but there's not some sort of ongoing basic license. There's more like, okay, I want to do
per project.
Yeah.
But we do have retention, of course, and each brand either are coming in once in a month or after 2 months. They are always coming back.
Any churn data?
We have like 20% churn rate right now.
So can you tell me, what is the average profile, let's say, of your customer?
Can you just, because it's...
What is the average profile of your customer?
Average profile, you mean like what type of brands are using?
What type,
okay,
yes.
So we have 2 different types. Direct brands, whoever are doing marketing in social media, like e-commerce, fashion, retail, hospitality. And also we target marketing and advertising businesses, agencies who do not have internal resources to service their clients. So this is our main strategy, how to adopt and scale in different kind of countries.
And the challenge here is that still users, customers, we still don't use, let's say, AR, okay? But we use the social media where we can see the AR, okay? And it makes many times for those customers to not to repeat, you know, is that they use for the wow effect, then they don't repeat. So in your case... If
done right, they are always repeating.
This is what I mean. That's my question. What is the lifetime value in amount of actions, let's say, that your average client customer is having, more or less in a year, for example, or a few months?
So we have some clients, of course, like who stick with us a year, of course, and we have this churn rate of 20%, so we lost some customers, and these were basically the direct brands who didn't know how to use AR. So on Cross Creators, we have two directions. Whenever our clients do know how to use AR and whenever they do not know. So whoever chooses the version to us to provide all the content ideation, content strategy, content creation, and also promotional strategy, they win and they stay, because if done right, AR works. So basically, AR is not silver bullet, for sure. If you do not know how to implement it in your marketing mix, it will not work. But we are providing strategy as well.
And could you tell a bit more about the vetted talent part? Because first of all, you need to find the talent, the creators. And secondly, you need to also make sure.
Even before launching community, we had an agency model. So we had already this community, and we started building community way before our product launch. So at this point, we have more than 3,000 international creators, and they are already coming to us organically because top-tier creators are on Cross Creators, and they know about it.
But if you then look at the kind of your future growth, how easy is it to maintain the quality and also the speed of delivery?
Yeah. So from these 3,000 creators, we have 40% vetted. It's not a short process, of course, but we are working on that to just automate it, and how TopTal is doing with their developers. Our aim is not to get all the top-tier creators on the platform, because we are marketplace and we want to deliver AR for SMBs as well. So that's why the lengthy process of waiting is not a problem and issue for us.
We're in the advertising business, so there's always this nice slide with all kinds of clients. Do you have big brands using this, or did I just skip it or not see it? Or?
We started with the big brands, and actually, like 2 weeks ago, we landed Hugo Boss, but we're not targeting big brands. So our main mission is just to provide augmented reality to SMBs, whoever is in need and is suffering with existing marketing strategies and results.
The SMBs, okay. So,
yeah.
And last question for me is, on your product roadmap or your strategic vision, would you see that there gets this vertically integrated element where the content distributors, the influencers, are part of the scheme, or would that be lack of focus and getting too broad?
We are not focusing at that time. We're just like giving the direction to our clients that they can use the influencers. But at this point, we are not planning to do so. So we are really concentrated on one part, which we are really super experts in this. So in the future, if there will be demand, and we do not see that there is much demand yet, we will go there. If not, we will stick with whatever we are doing great.
Okay. Last question.
Yeah, very last question. So you claim as a competitive advantage, you are 60% cheaper, 3 times faster than who?
That's what our customers say whenever they use either AR agencies.
So this is coming from your customers?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Either they are using AR agencies, either they are going to Upwork, either they decide to educate themselves in AR and start doing some AR filters themselves, and they are losing time and therefore money. So whenever they come on Cross Creators, and we sometimes deliver in one day, they are super amazed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you, Hani. Great job. And let's move on to the next company, which is Warehouse, a digital solution for road transportation. Please welcome Mariam.
Literally, yeah, okay. I was literally 11 years calculating, quoting, booking, and managing international deliveries. Okay, still, it's good? Okay. I was helping not only local brands, but also global brands like Iveco, Ibracom Italia, Ericsson, Nikola Tesla, and many more. And today I'm confidently dedicated to simplify road transport logistics. And the problem today is that businesses are losing about 2 days just for pricing research on road transportation service. Yes, and we are addressing 50 million drivers in CIS and European Union, which are every time struggling to find tailored loads. and market potentially lose $90 trillion because drivers which are struggling using all the sources, including middlemen, which usually charge 5% of their interest. The solution is our ecosystem, which consists of warehouse web application built for businesses and WeDrive mobile app built for drivers, which enables customers instant pricing for small and partial shipments, and AI-driven tender solution is for full truckloads to get prices and offers in a mere minute from our web and mobile application. And we have real-time tracking for our customers, which is not available by traditional way. The business model for businesses, SMEs, are transactional, which are using web app warehouse. And for drivers, we have subscription model, $29 per month. So market opportunity. We aim to acquire 22,000 businesses, and our big idea is to digitalize road transport solution from east to west, and we address to 50 million drivers, but we are planning to acquire 7,000 of them next year, the first year when we launch WeDrive. Competition is quite high, and what is unique about Warehouse that we have market-specific solution for less truckload shipments, which is digitalized calculator for pricing and fully digital user experience, starting from calculating to tracking. And we are building WeDrive, which is added value for the drivers as a network and as a tailored solution to find the loads they're searching for. Next, I will showcase go-to-market strategy on behalf of Georgian market. We use mainly email marketing and meta channels for branding, and then we use sales-driven acquisition. We have already, from May, we have already 1,205 registered users, and we already served 56 customers for now. Well, the traction is $79,000, and we projected for 2024 to achieve $3.8 million. We are backed up by the GITA, partnered up with Rainment, which is first Georgian venture studio, and we are participant of Genesis program for startups together with Meta. The team, well, it consists of high-level, C-level executives, which has 11 plus year experience in their fields. Me, myself, 11 years in logistics, and Teimur Shashiashvili, 16 years as a software. He's building and managing large tech teams. And our CMO, Backup Suturi, the investment ask. We are seeking investment. Now, right now we have open bridge round before seed round, and we needed to accelerate product growth and to scale in region. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember Omo Fox,
yes.
A local player. Would you consider them a competitor?
No, actually, because they are building like different kind of solution to optimize supply chain management, not to deliver digital solution for customers like calculation prices or directly find the drivers which will serve for.
And with customer, you mean a person or small business?
I mean businesses, exporter and importer companies who are trading globally and delivering the shipments.
Yeah, and I'm not deep into logistics, but I understand that you've got a software solution where you can earn money, but then there's always this forwarding kind of service package. Is that something you will deliberately steer away from, or will that be some sort of extra revenue stream? How do you see that part serviced?
Yeah, okay. Let me explain that. So Warehouse is a web app which is a solution for small and partial shipments and businesses to create AI-driven tenders. So this will help them and drivers to easily find each other, and also to avoid annoying filling up whole fields for generating tenders, yeah? Because it might contain a lot of data when it comes to international deliveries. So this AI tool helps us to enable customers easily create the tenders, which will tailored solution for drivers. And how the revenue stream will be from Warehouse is that we have created a digital solution for less and partial shipments, small shipments. We are onboarding, and we have already onboarded European warehouses, which are service providers for such solution and service. So they are literally buying the service from European warehouses if they have such need to get small shipments delivered. So we enable them to get the prices, order, make booking digitally, and they will pay for that transactional fee 3%. But for exporter and importer companies to generate the AI-driven tenders, it's free. Only drivers are paying $29.9 per month.
Do you have some numbers on the customer acquisition cost, lifetime value?
Yeah, customer acquisition cost for us is $59.9, and lifetime value in case of importer and exporter companies, it is about 7,000 in annual terms, but in case of drivers, well, it's 350 about in a year.
And that's the commission, or that's the gross amount?
No, that's in exporter and importer company case, that's the commission, like 3% transactional, but in terms of drivers, and this is subscription.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you look at the ideal customer, because you're talking constantly about the size of the companies and the size of the parcels, but if you look at the industries, where do you see yourself becoming a bigger player?
I will recall the fact well, I had a meeting with a German company it is like huge engine building company. And the representative from that was Alexander, saying was that the problem is not that they lost Russian market and accordingly 20 million income per year, but problem was that they cannot effectively deliver shipments from China to Europe, spare parts I mean, to build then engines in Germany, effectively deliver to the Germany. And this because the Russian solution is not working anymore, of course, and that is our ideal customer, which needs partial shipment deliveries globally. And we are working on that solution. So big idea is to digitalize road transportation service from east to west.
But then again, if you then need to claim a certain or different industries, which industries do you think are there then? Is it then the spare parts? Is it construction materials?
Absolutely, yeah, very mixed because we are serving to like Tegeta Motors, which is like similar to DATS, and we are working with, for example, Aero product which is food industry. So now Meta.
But maybe rephrase the question, because you say that your customer acquisition costs are around 60 euros, dollars. Yeah. So where do you spend it on? What is then the description that you use to...
Sales, marketing, sales and marketing.
No,
and
of course, no, but sales and marketing. But if it is online sales or online marketing, then you target, then you have a certain ideal customer profile in mind.
yeah, there are drivers and companies trading worldwide. Well, in Europe, between Europe and Asia.
Okay, thank you.
If I...
Yeah, no worries.
It's making sense, okay.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Just to understand, what is the difference between your solution and the existing solutions, moreover from the biggest and the largest parcel service companies?
Mm-hmm. Okay. First of all, the existing solutions for partial shipment deliveries has limitation, geographic limitation. For example, for now, you can't find in Georgia the company who can offer you fully digital solution for parcel shipments. And furthermore, on the market, drivers are still searching shipments via different communication channels like WhatsApp, Viber, Messenger, and etc. That's because existing solutions just not helping them.
Okay, then how do you find the drivers? Are they independent, small parcel companies?
Yeah. I have personally in my mobile about tens of chats where thousands of drivers are inside and exchanging the information about searching loads or vice versa from the exporter or forwarder companies. There are lots of messages and informations. And actually, this gives us advantage to scale our information, to spread our information very quickly in region.
Then, no, I understand. So 2 important questions. First, legal compliance. Who is taking care? Customs, insurances. If it's a small driver, who is taking care of all of these legal processes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat? Because
Yes, I mentioned on the legal and compliance side of logistics, customs, insurances. Who is taking care? Is your company, is the driver, the transporter? Who is the responsible of the fulfillment of the different regulations?
I understand. Besides the fact that we are onboarding the service provider companies who usually serve the customers, which has need to deliver some shipments, besides that, we also onboard insurance companies inside of our application. So in case of need to insure the shipment, customers has opportunity to choose the service provider from the insurance companies. Not only just choose, but also calculate price for insurance and get offer from different insurance companies. And yeah.
So okay, the insurance is, let's say, rented by the user, right? Okay. But what about, for example, the customs? You have to pay taxes on the customs. Is also who is
not taxes. So we have. If I understood the question correctly,
or certificates. You need certificates.
No, we don't need. We don't need really certificates to serve the customers. We are not insurance companies, so that we onboard the companies who are able to provide such services. And besides that, to digitalized solution and onboard the service providers inside the web application or onboard the drivers, we don't need any certification to do that.
Let me reformulate. Yeah. If I want to take hachapuri from Georgia to Spain,
yeah.
Obviously there is a custom. Okay, as soon as you arrive the border with the EU, there is a custom. You need CE certificates to enter into food, for example. So who is taking care of all of these projects on process?
We're also working to onboard the customs brokers, but we are not taking in charge of, we are not doing customs clearance.
And another question, I finish here. You are projecting 3.8 million euros revenue, or I don't know if you said revenue. Okay.
Yeah, revenue.
From 79K this year. So can you explain this revenue, please? Can you develop the revenue?
The WeDrive drivers app is not launched yet, on which we are focusing very much and targeting. And besides that, this traction is just few months revenue. We started sales from May. Actually, first month was May, and it took us some time to achieve some figures, but next year we are planning to have revenue from WeDrive 2.6 millions and 1.2 millions from less truckload shipments. How? Yeah, we are planning to onboard 7,000 drivers, 7,200 drivers, to make them pay for 10 months, because we are going to give them 2 months free. And we are planning to also onboard importer and exporter companies and warehouses to make transactional fee work. Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're out of time. One number question. How many people staff you have now? And
11 people totally.
11. And they will also help onboard these 7,000 drivers?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. It was great. Many questions are super cool because it means that you got the interest, you hooked the people. So, and I saw one of the gentlemen calling the banker, hey, transfer to warehouse, right? Okay, so it was kind of part of joke to cheer you up, guys. And let me call out the next company, who is Wempler, the task delegation platform.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Sandro, and exactly 1 year ago, Wempler went live and received its first task on the platform. And since then, we were flying. We have now more than 23,000 performed tasks, and in this period, we have been growing 115% per month. And from these 23,000 tasks, most of them are for our active users with a retention rate of 67%. Also, 5 months ago, we launched our application and already got more than 23,000 downloads with nearly zero cost of marketing, and with nearly half of them our engaged users. So the post-Soviet region has a huge and untapped potential in the task delegation market. And this is very well indicated in the Facebook groups, where nearly 65,000 people across Georgia and Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan market are struggling to find a suitable helper every day. So to test market, we bought local Facebook groups with potential 400,000 users and started to serve them. And after a while, we understood that there is only one thing that customers want: to get the job done. And they don't want to waste their time from navigating all this, the annoying task delegation process. So for them, we created Wempler, a platform where a customer only needs to describe the task with a text message, voice over call, and our application instantly offers a suitable service provider company or skilled individual. And as soon as customer accepts the offer, the task is immediately delegated. And person doesn't have to worry about any inconveniences, since every task on Wempler is insured. Because of our unique approach and flexible platform, we were able to identify there are 4 categories that drive nearly all our demand and all our revenue. So we decided to concentrate on those categories. And by enabling Tell Us Anything feature, we are still able to listen to our customers and to adapt to the new trends. On the seller side, we have verified and registered more than 5,700 individual experts, as well as partnered with the biggest service provider companies in Georgia and started to offer their services to our customers. We also partnered with the biggest Georgian development company, Arki, and already started to serve the 20,000 residents. We also got a 1.5-year exclusive partnership with Glovo when we are offering our entry-level services to promote and upsell our main categories. Our business model has 3 main streams. First is 20% commission fee on each transaction. Other than that, we have a cashback system for our partner companies and subscription model for our task posters. So far, our unit economics are great. We've calculated our customer acquisition cost, which is $7, and the lifetime value of the customer, which is $217. Our team consists of dedicated and motivated people who have gone through 12 accelerated and pre-accelerated programs together. And besides working 5 years together, we have experiences in companies like Amazon, Apple, Word, EPAM, and other top biggest fintechs in the region. We recently closed a financial round of $310,000 as a pre-seed investment led by Presto Ventures, and this investment will be channeled to urge more partnerships, firstly in Georgia and then in the region. Thank you.
checking the 7,000 something weekly active users. Is that both on the service provider side and on the client side, or is that only people that are struggling?
For now, we have application for only clients, task posters. We don't have an application for task doers. We have developed that, but we saw that there is no need for that because task doers are already ready without an application to get this to get the service done. So this is only on the client side.
Okay, so that basically they will get an SMS or some sort of push notification.
Yeah, they have so I will explain you briefly how that works. So when the doer fills the application to be a Wempler doer, they're filling the free time. So for example, I'm free to Monday from Monday to Friday on from 1 and 5 p.m. And on this period, only on that period, she or he gets a notification. That's how we're managing that. But after I guess 3 months, we will be launching Doers application, which will eliminate all this SMS process and will be like Bolt or Uber.
Okay, I need my gas kettle fixed tomorrow, so I'll test your app.
You should test Wempler for sure.
Thanks for the presentation, and could you give a bit more insight in the competitive landscape, not only in the region, but also on a more international level?
So as we are positioning as one-stop shop for any one-time tasks, we are not considering as competitors the companies who are operating on the vertical side. So that means companies which are only providing cleaning services. Because as I told you, we have biggest service providers on each category as a partners. So we are kind of gateway of services. If you want to mention like names, there are some vertical competitors in Georgia, but we have already partnered with them. And on the global landscape, there are also vertical companies which are providing, for example, plumbing service, only plumbing, cleaning, and stuff like that. In the gig economy and in service sharing culture, there are some companies which are doing the same in idea, but the process nobody has the process like we have. This all inflow of task and then managing the task, like customer only needs to describe thing and that's it. Nobody has that.
Are you familiar with care.com?
Yeah.
Okay, because there are quite some similarities, I believe.
Yeah, I know, but the thing that you only describe with a voice, with a message or a call, and then you instantly get an offer for 3 different providers, that's a unique one. Because I've researched every other company which operates in this field, and nobody has the same as us. But as I told you, there are still companies which are doing ideally the same.
And could you tell a bit more on how you maintain the quality on the platform?
First of all, for the task doers, we have a 5-step verification process, which starts from filling the application, one-on-one interviews, then checking the legal thing, so whether they are criminals or not. Then there is a test task, which means that when the doer is doing the test task, he is backed by a professional doer, trusted doer, and after you will do as a doer 5 tasks, then you are trusted. Also, we have contract with the insurance company. It means that every task is insured. And also, besides that, we have capital, which is like lying, and this means that there is some money. If the insurance company will not insure everything, we are there to insure. So that is the quality monitoring. And for the companies, it's like straight legal agreement, contract, which states that they should control the quality. If the quality is low, they will be penalized.
Did you already have any insurance situations?
It was like, I can remember 3 or 5, but it was a very little check. It was a car accident on the car wash service, and everything was covered by insurance. So there is a chance, based on our data, is 2% of chance to get the insurance and the work.
Earlier you were mentioning about competition is more in verticals itself, but if you look at your platform, where do you see the most important verticals that you could grow? You mean categories, right? Categories, yeah, sorry.
It depends on the months and the seasons. For now, heating is most popular because winter is coming, and as you told. Also, the popular categories are distributed through the seasons. But the key, always in the tops, are cleaning services, plumbing and electricians, and moving, moving/delivery.
Okay, and one of the challenges, of course, is also the MRR. There is a monthly fee, but you want maybe a bigger monthly fee.
So right now we are testing, let me get to the business model. Right now we are testing the subscription model because we have just started. We launched web 1 year ago, but application was launched 6 months ago. So we are just because as you know, the retentive, we have a 67 retention rate, so that's the moment when we will test the subscription model. Of course, we know that subscription model is more stable to get an MRR. So right now we're in a kind of a testing mode, but we have already signed 900 users. So we are just testing whether it's profitable for us or not, because sometimes the tech size is very big, and we don't want to lose that commission. So that's why we are testing. And is the commission for all tasks the same? No. We distributed prices like bins. So from $0 to $500, it's 20. From 500 to 1,000, it's 70, and then it's decreased. So maximum is 20 and the minimum is 3. But 3 is up to 5,000 and plus, it's 3%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so 20% commission. How do you prevent disintermediation, that a cleaning lady comes or a cleaning man comes first time, pays the commission?
That's a common question. Everybody asks me that.
I know.
The first thing, I will answer it with two answers. So first is on the seller side, like doer. Doer has no incentive to do that because he knows that if Wempler will know that he is doing that, we will block him. He will lose averagely 1,000 Georgian Laris monthly income, passive monthly income. That is the first incentive. Second, as the client side is insurance. Like we are insuring everything. We are the ones that are backing the trust. And also there is application, a platform, you can track everything. You can track, and if something goes wrong, even you don't like the cup, like after the cleaning, the cup is dirty, you can call Wempler and that's it. And if they are connected like straight away, it's really pain to do that, because that's why we started Wempler, because we knew that this is a pain to communicate with doers, to convince them to come again and stuff like that. So that's the key. And there is no other option to do that, to eliminate the fraud. And we think that the main thing here is trust, insurance, and platform. Very flexible and easy platform.
My last question would be basically that partnership with Glovo, etc. Can you maybe disclose a little bit how that works?
I will start with Arki. So we have developed special application for Arki. This is a development company. They have buildings, and especially for Arki's residents, they have some discounts. They have a personal main page and all. And after that, Arki is providing us marketing and paying some cash for us. And with Glovo, it's kind of about the trust. We have listed our services on Glovo. Right now, you can order the car wash service, cleaning service on Glovo. You can just type Wempler. And that is we did that because of a trust. When someone sees Wempler on Glovo, it gains some trust. This is not a big task in flow, but still it's exclusive partnership, and it means that in contract, I have listed the competitors' names, and they can partner with that across the world.
And your brand is visible on Glovo, or is it a white label?
What?
Is the white label, or is your brand visible on Glovo as a provider?
No, it's white label.
White label.
Quick question, but before, I want to congratulate you. And I want the rest to pay attention that in 3 minutes, you can perfectly show the company. Okay, so it was very impressive.
Thank you very much.
But, okay, I live in 3 countries, and in 3 countries I have 3 apps. Okay,
so can you just
I
repeat?
live in 3 countries, and in 3 countries I have 3 apps to call the master, clean, whoever, when I have a problem. Even in my country, I'm from a small city, Salamanca, and the largest app for masters, home, etc. is Wajuk. It's one of our startups, so it's quite famous. We have Easy Family, many. So 2 quick questions. In the beginning, you were answering to Bas, what is your differentiation if you want to grow, and how can you internationalize having this strong competition?
Yeah, so
that they do the same, because you said, no, they don't do the same. No, they do the same. So I said, I need a master, and suddenly in 5 minutes I have offers, and then this one, we contact, we chat, and it's coming. And then I evaluate. So
I'll break down our competitive advantage. First, to address your question, is that there is a big choice overload on the market. When you want to have cleaning services, there are tons of services which are providing those. So we, for the customer, we're checking everyone. We're gathering the main companies which are operating and distributing by prices. So the highest price, average, and smallest price, and we're offering it to you. Also, we are offering with that individual experts tops on the market. That is the first competitive advantage. Second one is, as you said, you don't want to have like 2 or 3 applications for any one-time service. You can have all in one player. You can just ask. And the thing is that we are not providing service. We're only connecting you. So all the companies that you like and you have service with are on one player. For Georgia, right now, only for Georgia, but we plan to do the same in the region. And this, the last one, like the most important one, is the speed. Like we can offer you suitable service provider in just 2 minutes. And this is very, very cool because you don't want to spend all this time through navigating and talking to the doer and the prices. You just have an offer. There is a price, there is a rating, there is a reviews. Whether you are saying yes or no, if you are saying no, we can again offer you another one. So we have every supply on the market, or every top supply on the market on one application.
Okay. Do we have any other question? Okay, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was cool. Okay, stretching is a great idea. Maybe all of us will stand up and stretch a bit. Just a bit, because we are halfway through and yet 5 more brilliant companies are to come. Okay, let's stretch. Instructions, okay, anyone, the way you want to. Okay. And I see that Chas already transferred money to one player, and Bas already downloaded the application. He lives for 3 months here in Georgia, so I believe he found the solution he wanted. So let's continue. We have 5 more companies to go, and next one is Data Studio, and Tornika will present it. Good luck.
Thank you. So, can you all hear? Is it working? So, hello, I am Tornike, and for the last 5 years of my life, I've been making money by creating custom softwares for people who are struggling with their current ones. To make this little business of mine more corporate, I launched my 5th company, Data Studio, in January 2023. Since then, we've managed to partner with 30 different clients and generated more than $80,000 in the last 6 months. We also won JITA competition last month. During this time, I had face-to-face communications with more than 500 business representatives, and none of them was satisfied with the current ERP solutions they have. The most issues were associated with customization, interface, and functionality. For example, one of our clients, who is from the manufacturing industry, was offered to use restaurant management system since the functionalities between those two were kind of similar. At that exact moment, I thought, what if the system could understand the business needs as good as business representatives do? With this idea in mind, we started working on Data Studio Systems, DSS, an ERP solution for small and medium-sized enterprises in the manufacturing industry. With the help of AI chatbot, we make the onboarding process as simple as it can possibly get. Client explains their business to the chat, gives an analog company if applicable, and tests the demo free of charge for the first month. Initially, DSS will combine 5 core modules, which are currently under development and will be finalized by June 2024. We expect to have 981 customers by end of 2025, which will result in a revenue of $2.4 million on behalf of 293 per user per month subscription model. And these numbers are not hardly achievable, since out of 227,000 companies that are available and active in Georgia right now, 42% is not happy with the solutions they have. On top of that, we are going on Eastern European market by end of 2025, where we have great connections. Our main edge comes from effortless onboarding process, where software does all the work. But on the global scale, there are some great companies who do amazing jobs. For example, there is Microsoft Dynamics, who has an amazing system. But for the market we are going after, they are too expensive, and the installation process is also very complex. Speaking of Dynamics, the developer who was working on Data Studio Systems full-time is from Dynamics. He is working in Microsoft for the last 4 years. He was working on the Microsoft. Me, myself, I'm a 5th-time founder with 2 successful and 2 unsuccessful startups, exits. In total, we have a group of 16 at this moment. So we are looking for $200,000 right now in exchange for 10% stake in our company. And if you have seen any software here in Georgia, I believe you understand the struggle that companies face daily. So help us make their lives easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said on the second slide, ERPs are outdated. ERP systems are outdated, and then you post those pictures.
Yeah, these are actually the best softwares we have here.
An advice. From here, I don't want to continue listening to you.
Sorry?
From here,
Yeah.
I don't want to continue listening to you. It's not true. ERPs are extremely updated. We have many options. You cannot say that. Okay.
No, you are talking global market, right?
No, I'm talking globally. You have Podio, Soho, low prices.
Yeah,
you have
I
SAP,
agree, yeah.
high prices.
I'm talking about the
It's an advice. It's an advice. Second, many investors here, they are investing on SaaS models where ERPs specialized for specific industries are very good solutions. Like this, an ERP to manage a hotel, to manage a hospital. So ERPs are extremely trending. So my advice is, please, I recommend you to not say, hey, ERPs, maybe your Excel file is outdated, but not the ERP. And I have only one question, if you don't mind. You mentioned onboarding. Who is your customer? Is just global? So is a global ERP, or do you have any kind of verticals where you are specialized?
It's an ERP solution. First of all, just a clarification. I'm talking about the local company, local ERP systems. I'm not talking about dynamic. Yeah, that's just for information. And now, for my clients, as I said, we are developing an ERP solution for small and medium-sized enterprises in the manufacturing industry.
Manufacturing. Yeah. And then you mentioned easy onboarding. What is easy onboarding on manufacturing? Can you give us an example?
Yes, of course. So first of all, I know there is Zoho and there is Navision and Dynamics and stuff like that who has an amazing system, as I mentioned. But these companies are, so accounting systems of Navision doesn't cover Georgian accounting systems, and Georgian companies need an ERP which will cover Georgian legal accounting. These systems cover those accountings, but to onboard and to buy their license and etc., the onboarding process is first of all hard. It needs like 6 months or 9 months, and the pricing is very expensive. It's like from $50,000 up to $100,000 to just to make ERP your own, right? And what we do is we have developed an AI chatbot with whom company communicates and explains the business with an analog if applicable. For example, I'm running a company similar to Barambo, who is one of the biggest ice cream manufacturing in Georgia, and I'm running small ice cream business like Barambo does, and let me test the demo, what is Barambo using. So system will generate a test environment for that client, and they will test how they can use our software.
Could you tell a bit more about the distribution strategy? Because although you say it's easy onboarding, usually with ERP systems you have implementation partners.
Can you please repeat? I'm sorry, I can't.
If you look at ERP systems, it's usually also connected to implementation. And although it's easy onboarding, sometimes it's also good to have strong implementation partners who already have their own customer base. What is your distribution strategy? Is it that clients can do it themselves and you help them, or in the future have distribution partners?
I got it, thank you. Thanks for clarification. So on the first side, we are actively communicating with the clients already, right? So from January, we are having these communications. And we have 60 clients in line waiting for us, and we don't plan to, we just need 1,000 customers by 2025. So the numbers we set for ourselves are on the way. We are tracking, we are going as we planned. Now, in terms of integration with other softwares and stuff like that, to be honest, I haven't tried to...
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not talking about integration with other software. It's more the implementation at the client side.
Yeah,
so are you doing it yourself with your company?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I doubt that so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to steal customers from those people, and I'm trying to obtain new companies who will have the ability to choose between these softwares and mine, right? So I'm competing with these guys, and therefore whoever is using this they will come to me, hopefully.
Okay, and then if you look at the scalability, that would mean that you then also grow as a company to be able to onboard more clients, because you will then do the implementation with your company.
So now, again, I don't know if it's hearing is bad here, but I can't really understand the question. What I heard is how we are going to scale. Is that the question?
Yeah, and also on the implementation. So you're helping your clients to implement.
What implementation do you mean? What do you what?
Is it? Can they just use it? They sign up on your website and they start using your technology.
Yes.
And they don't need anything. It's the Q&A bot that is helping out.
Need. For example, there is data migration, and we will take care of it if needed. But,
okay, that's part of implementation.
Oh, so if you mean data migration in implementations, then we are taking care of it initially for free and for money, because what our main market entry strategy is to grow the system. Like so, we will build. We are building, and we have built what we think is enough for now. But then we are waiting for clients to tell us and dictate what needs to be added, what parts of the system must be expanded. And once they tell us, we will voluntarily expand the system on our own, because it will help us in the future to attract more customers. And eventually, we will cover the whole manufacturing industry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions, apparently?
Thank you.
Okay,
thank
you.
Great job. And now, before we switch the screen, let me make one announcement. Today we have after party at 9 p.m. We have Cafe Gallery, where everyone is welcome to join. So I'll use this time for this. Have more details on Pine. So check it out, and we'll see you there. And next up is Gacha, micro emotions detection technology. Please welcome Anna.
Sorry. 1/25 of a second. Human microemotions happen in this very short period of time, so quickly that no one can even control them, and so small that they are practically unnoticeable until now. Hi, I am Anna, the co-founder of Gacha, an AI-based technology that detects microemotions through the analysis of human facial behavior. It is fully based on scientific research, and it works very simply. Camera detects human faces. AI models tag emotions, and we generate a very detailed report with high accuracy. Currently, we are solving a very real problem for customer experience and sales teams. Companies with existing traditional methods can collect only limited and biased data on customer satisfaction. Now, with Gacha, they have a reliable tool for customer satisfaction assessment with 95% accuracy, providing an instant report without keeping any video records, resulting in enhanced customer service quality, increased customer loyalty, and more revenue. The global emotion detection market is estimated 43 billion by 2027. We are hardly working on Indian market and already have 2 customers. We are researching African market and have 1 partnership contract. For boosting sales, we are using both direct and indirect sales channels via integrators. Currently, we have 50% integration progress with SAP, allowing us to reach 150 million users. We have 4 customers in Armenian and Indian markets from different industries. We are B2B SaaS platform offering per record subscription-based pricing. Our team is powered by AI video engineers. My co-founder previously built a successful startup. I am a certified face profiler and received all 7 certificates in face profiling, micro-emotion detection from the US certified authorities. Previously, we raised 250K from Armenian angels and 500 global. Now we are raising 1 million, offering 10% equity. We believe AI should serve human needs, and now it can even understand us. We are Gacha. Feel the future, unlock emotions, enhance connections with us.
Thank you very much. If you look at the bias part you were mentioning earlier on, it is still challenging to analyze the facial expressions of the different people and skin colors. And you were mentioning Africa as the second market, and that is one of the more challenging markets. Could you elaborate a bit on that, how you can fix that?
Let me, as I said, I'm certified face profiler, and I passed all possible trainings from the Paul Ekman Group, which is the only one certified micro-emotion detection company in the US, and the only company with whom FBI cooperates. So what is the unique with micro-emotions? These are universal. Micro-emotions are universal, and they do not depend on nationality, culture, racial, age differences, etc. In contrast to body language, for example, gestures, they are heavily dependent on culture, on different cultures. For example, this, in one country it's okay, in another one it's 0, in third one it's even 3, 4, etc. So body language is different, but micro-emotions, they are universal, and they happen in everyone, in all of us. They happen very quickly in 1/25 of a second, and as such, there is no way to control them. So we cannot even realize that they happen. That's why this is very reliable method for discovering, for detecting the person's true emotions. And yeah.
No, but that part I understand, but it's more with because I've seen several similar solutions, and the skin color is still one of the things that is also of influence if you need really good cameras to be able to analyze every person. But that's, but okay, let's put that one aside.
No, I would answer to your questions, because actually we are dependent on 3 conditions, 3 external conditions. One is camera, as you mentioned, and during 1 year, during our research and development phase, we tested hundreds cameras, and we came up to best solutions, to best brands and models, and now we are recommending our customers, we have a short list of those cameras, and we are recommending to buy those cameras, because without them we will not ensure the high accuracy. This is the first one. The second one is light. Lightning is also very important, but at this moment we improved in such a way that we are not so heavily dependent on lightning. On average, for example, on average statistic office lightning, it's okay. And the third one is the position of the person. We improved in such a way that, for example, when we research our competitors, we noticed that they haven't solved many problems with regard to head movement. For example, a slight movement of head to the left or to the right, it gave inaccurate results. In our case, we solved this problem. We solved the problem with eye movement, because again, in our competitors, we noticed when we implemented demo, we noticed that very slow blinking. This is also caused some inaccuracies. Speech recognition. Our competitors do not have speech recognition, which is very important. We have integrated an AI solution for speech recognition because when we are started speaking, the lower part of our face, it's very hard to estimate because you can, as soon as I started speaking during the demo of our competitors, I noticed that they detected smile. But I wasn't smiling, I just started speaking. This is also solved. So we solved a lot of nuances. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And one of the things, and then my colleague can start asking questions. You aren't really getting into the depth of your customers, but could you give us a bit more insight in who your ideal customer is?
Yeah.
And what are you specifically selling then?
Yeah, sure. So here, just now, I'm pitching only about our one model, which is evaluative model. Actually, we have two models. We developed two models, which are completely different, and they are designed for completely different use cases. Another one is investigatory model. I haven't spoken about them. Investigatory model, we detect a wide range of emotions, 12 plus emotions, because in addition to some basic emotions there, we detect some very advanced emotions, the interpretation of which can lead to discovering some possible deception cases. That's why the potential customers here are legal services, lawsuit management, immigration centers, airports, etc. This is investigatory model. And even recently, we have been interested by a US company. They are a biotech company. We haven't thought about biotech as a potential customer, but what they are doing, they have drug addictive clients, and they want to use gacha, and they said that even in case of 70% accuracy, they will use gacha after piloting also. So this is investigatory model. Evaluative model. Here, so we have now 4 customers. 3 of them are using for customer satisfaction. So these are postal service, one of the biggest cafe chain in Armenia, and one Indian company which represent hospitality. All of them are using gacha for customer satisfaction estimation. And only one company, which is also an Indian company, they represent entertainment or event management. Here we developed a completely new model per their request, and we designed our gacha in such a way that it is used by this entertainment company for advertising, for entertainment during expos, events, etc. Thank you too.
I have more a comment than a question, okay? Because only questions, okay. Then I will end it with a question. Basically, when we talk about emotional recognition, there are standards. There is nothing new, because I have the feeling that you are developing high novelty technology. But I have a startup, Novertia, where we developed this technology 5 years ago. It is on the beauty sector. If you go to any Sephora perfumery in France, okay, because now we sold it to the Louis Vuitton group, while you are making up, while it was not me, someone wanted to shoot. So while women are, making up, or they're doing their makeup, the camera is recognizing if they wonder, is this right, is this not, if they like it, if they don't like it. So let's say this technology is a standard. You can even download the APIs from Amazon Web Service. So I have more or less the same question. What is the use case that you want to work with? I mean, you mentioned entertainment, customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction, for example, on hospitality, how? I mean, you have cameras on your restaurant that are analyzing how people feel, is what you mean?
Let me explain. Thank you for your question. Well, again, when we are speaking about micro emotions, the players here are not many, really, are not many. Those that are based on FACS, Special Action Coding System, which is a scientific research by Paul Ekman. We need camera for implementation of our technology, and all software which is connected to the camera. What we are doing and which is unique in our technology, as I mentioned in our value proposition or in our solution, we are doing in real time. We are generating report instantly. There is no need for keeping any video records. So here we are solving many issues that have our competitors. We do know storage issues, GDPR issues. So for evaluative model, we have developed real-time model, and all of our customers, current customers, they are using real-time model. No need for keeping any video records, and the reports are generated just instantly, and everything is done in real time, online.
Last question.
Last question. The interaction time, a customer stands probably in front of a postal office colleague or worker. Basically, there could be in 1 minute from 3-4 different emotions. You record the whole session and then balance some sort of NPS score?
Yeah, we need even 10 minutes. So for 10 seconds, sorry, not 10 minutes. For example, our event model, here the guests need to stand in front of the screen only 10 seconds, and that's enough. For customer service, they are served even longer, yeah.
But what the data accuracy then? Because if I am an angry customer, I go into the post office because my parcel is delayed for a week. And then a very efficient lady explains why and this and that. Then from angry, I may go to neutral or even positive.
Very good question. So we solve this problem also, how our algorithm or technology works actually. When you are approaching the customer or the camera, your initial phase is taken by our technology as a basic phase. We are taking changes of emotions. So, for example, we are eliminating here the false effect. For example, if someone comes to cafe or postal service with bad mood, yeah, the customer service officer, they do not have anything with his mood. That's why we are taking the change. So the initial phase is the basic phase. We are taking the changes.
Okay. Yeah, one footnote very quickly, no need to answer, I guess, but maybe I have had bad interaction with the brand in general, and then I remain negative, although the work was done well. Can it have effect on employees, basically, that they are being punished for not being helpful enough, although the person was already against the service anyway?
Our technology estimates the changes of the emotions, and it generates a detailed report which shows which kind of emotion in which fraction of time happens and how long it happens. So it shows very detailed report in percentages, in seconds, in frames of, out of the whole duration of the record. And also at the end we are giving a detailed recommendation whether they show the satisfactory performance, unsatisfactory performance, etc. So it is very detailed. And here I would like just to add that in reporting we are very flexible, and we are adjusting it in accordance to the preferences of our customers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. So now she knows what our micro emotions told about us, right? Anna, good luck. And our next company is A-Work. Help me welcome Georgi.
Thank you.
Who is doing a Tinder-like job marketplace?
Yes, something like this, yeah.
What is that? Okay, tell us about it.
Okay, hi. Big names like McDonald's, Achara Group, Bank of Georgia choose us to fill their high turnover job positions. I'm George, and I'm excited to introduce to A-Work. This year, we have already onboarded 100,000 job seekers into our platform, served more than 1,000 businesses, and made over $130,000 in revenue. Next time you visit a restaurant or cafe, think about this. 4 out of the 5 people serving you won't be working there after 3 months. And that's a huge problem for business owners. 80% are permanently understaffed, and that results 20% customer loss and puts existing employees under stress. That's why we created A-Work, a platform that serves both job seekers and businesses. Our super friendly user interface featuring swiping mechanics allows job seekers to instantly discover nearby jobs. They submit their CV within a single swipe and save around 80 minutes job seeking time daily. Businesses partnering with us experience a 5 times increase in relevant leads, and we managed to decrease their hiring time from 2 weeks to just 3 days. Our business model offers 2 options: single job postings for direct one-time use, and monthly subscriptions with a dashboard, recruitment mobile app, and also marketing upsells to increase the job posting exposure. Our customer acquisition cost is just $15, and our customer lifetime value is $750. We are powered by a strong team that has 5 years of experience working together. And we have already successfully exited from our previous startup that generated $500,000 in the first year. So, with 100,000 job seekers in our database and 1,000 businesses, we are already broken even in Georgian market and getting ready to expand internationally. If you want to make sure no jobs are left unfilled, come and invest in us. Thank you.
You showed some data on alleged improvement of the numbers, retention, etc. Now, from a product perspective, I've just seen the swipe. So, what's your magic sauce?
On the user side, we are like concentrating on hospitality and more like service industries, as you have seen in our first slide. So our major clients come from these industries. Also, in the case of Bank of Georgia, they only like the front desk employees, like cashier and etc. So on the job seeker side, we provide a mobile application, this Tinder experience. Our main users are like Gen Z, entry-level position students. So for them, it's very easy to adapt. They already know the experience, more or less. On the business side, we offer recruiters the dash. Let me go. Yeah, here on this. Yeah, we offer this dashboard. Also, we have the mobile application. What matters is that they generate more relevant leads because of our niche segments that we have on the user side, also the simplicities that we brought into the market. So they are understaffed, and what they care the most, the customers, are first the leads, and also to manage these received leads very quickly. That's why we have the mobile app for them. From there, they can manage the received candidates and directly communicate with them, call them, and like hire.
Could you go to the slide with your customer acquisition cost?
Yeah. How it works, just to...
yeah, there it is. So this is then for the companies, but what does it cost to get one good employee or potential employee on your platform?
To onboard one job seeker in our platform, it's 30 cents in the local market, in the Georgian market. We already got 100,000 of them. So on the customer acquisition costs, it's only for the business, and our main costs are the sales. We have a sales team for the direct approach to the businesses. Also, we spend a lesser amount on the B2B marketing, as it's not as effective as direct sales on this niche audience. So on user side, we are only oriented on like inbound sales. We use TikTok, social media. For example, in September, we launched one campaign in TikTok with 4 different influencers, and we got 20,000 application downloads in just 10 days.
And what about the churn of the job seekers?
Job seekers churn, it depends. Like because the job seekers on our niche segment are like coming back very quickly because it's a high turnover. Like 2 months, 3 months, they go and work on one place and they return. So each month we have around 12 to 15 6,000 active users in our platform, and around half of them are existing ones.
And if you look at the LTV, how is that being structured? So what is the
LTV,
calculation
like
back
we
there?
already have 1 year of operation, so this LTV is projected for 3 years based on the data based on our data for 1 year performance, and also based on our analysis of our competitors. So in this case, we have that for 8 months, our target businesses, our ideal customers have job openings at least once. So if they stick 3 years with us, and for this 1 year, like we have a high retention rate from our existing customers, we will reach this number on average.
And next to getting into different industries, you also can grow geographically. What are the next steps?
Yeah, so next steps, as I mentioned, we are broken even in this market, in the Georgian market. So from the beginning of 2024, we are going to Eastern European market. We are starting from Bulgaria and Romania to enter these 2 markets. Our target aim is to cover this, like to enter these both 2 markets in upcoming like 6 months. So that's why we are opening our investment round in December. We are also backed with 500 Georgia, and the amount that we raised on our pre-seed round will be more or less used on the Georgian market. So other than that, like we are aiming to raise amount to enter the Eastern European market, because there is a cultural similarities, we see the same problems, and also the go-to-market strategies that worked perfectly in our market. As we started and as we kicked off 1 year ago, we want to apply this there. And also on the job seeker side, this Tinder experience has a virality component, so it will be cheap to acquire job seekers as well, because we have to make some claim that supply demand as a marketplace. We have this issue, like, to balance it. So yeah.
And what is your big ambition with the company?
Ambition? As a startup, yeah, or strategy? Yeah, our strategy is to grow around from 80 to $100 million company, and we want to have an exit, and there is some kind of opportunities. There are some companies that might be interested in this field, the bigger ones, who are more or less in the same niche. I can name one US company that mostly operates in that side, but right now we're starting to just penetrate some of the Western European markets. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very ambitious to go Europe. Why do you want to go Europe? It's massive market on job seeking.
Yeah.
Massive. I mean, that means millions on marketing, to enter even in Poland. So why Europe? And please don't tell me US, because if you tell me US, I drop the mic. So why Europe?
So we analyze the market, where it's going after the COVID. So the problems that right now are in the hospitality, in the restaurants, in the cafes, are after the COVID that started, started this process. So right now, as we analyzed the markets that we are targeting in Eastern European, we have several checklists, like the cultural similarities, also how these industries are growing. For instance, in the Romanian market, if you check right now, there is 30,000 open job positions, and 24, more than 70% comes from our niche industry. So we believe that we can give the businesses, and also mostly job seekers, because they are the drivers, they have to apply this simplicity. From there, we can make them to generate more relevant leads, and we have this data that worked in our market, and right now we are grabbing ourselves, getting ready to just go and penetrate other markets as well.
And just curiosity, how, let's say, the job seeker is visualizing the profile to say yes, no? So they see, for example, the salary, $1,000, yes, $200, no. I mean, what do they see, let's say, to take the decision to do the Tinder style,
They see the details that business is providing. So from these provided details, they can go inside, but the key is that when you apply for a job for a waitress, or when you apply for a cashier, somewhere where there is no years of experience required, yeah? When businesses are shortage of staff, they are losing the customers. They need the lead pretty soon to acquire. So they just see the details. They just have one action to swipe up, and the lead is generated on the business side. what businesses is caring, they are not doing like screening, going to their LinkedIn profile, checking or like asking for recommendation letters. What they value the most is that after they call to them, appoint interview and directly hire them. So we have a case is that after they posted a job opening, after 20, 30 minutes, they already hired someone from our platform, and it was not like a one-time job. It was like full-time or part-time partnership with them.
Now, if I would add a little Dutch nasty cap, I would say, wait a second, HR tech in being the middleman between supply and demand in those blue-collar jobs, that's red ocean. And then second, hey, wait a second, your acquisition channels seem, except for some TikTok influencing maybe, but it mainly performance marketing channels, so you're constantly dependent on the arbitrage metrics in that. Now, if I look at that, then where is your friggin' absolute unique point that blows away competition that you no doubt have in all those European markets?
So the first thing is that, like, as a marketplace, as I mentioned, you have to have the supply and demand side, yeah? So first, like, we on the job seeker side, to acquire, as I mentioned, the TikTok channel. First is acquiring them costs us a low amount here, and it will be not as the same amount, but not like very big amount, like multiplying 5 or 6 times, because we have a virality component in order to attract onboard.
Yeah, that's too long. Like bang, hit it home. Like what's your moat? Like this is not super original in its own. So sorry to say it like that, but like, yeah. Come on, say something like.
The idea is just to make the businesses the place from where they target the niche audience, like have this nearby, like when the people apply right now, they care about the location as well, yeah? When you go to work on as a waitress, you care how much time you will lose on, like how much will be commute time from one place to another. And also on the business side, like we want to create the experience that when they just submit this job posting, they can get leads from ourselves, but we have also as a subscription, as I mentioned, we have pretty much add-ons like the dashboards for analytical tools to analyze. Also, we have the business mobile app to accelerate the process, or also marketing upsells in order to reach broader audience. And also, like as we are getting as we are starting to expand into new territories, we are working on updates such as like putting some AI solutions, like integrating with started integration with ChatGPT to make matching process more streamlined, and to analyze the job posting requirements, also analyze the resumes and CVs that our applicants have, and then make matchmaking process much quicker.
Okay, well, and the screenshot shows UI UX designer. Is that a blue collar job, or is it just a? Are you recruiting
like we are right now just like redesigning our application because we launched it 1 year ago. We want to make people more engaged. So our UI UX designer just put it her title to show off. So that's why.
Is he looking for a job?
Not right now. Thank you very much.
All right, still alive. Okay, so now we have another great company, and Mariam is going to present a platform for kids products, and help me welcome Mariam. Happy Kids.
Okay, hello. Let's continue with children's products.
Just a moment. Mariam, attitude.
Okay. While the presentation will appear, I will say a few words. Today we will talk about the children's products and the challenges for producers. I want to say that 70,000 small producers every day are struggling due to the lack of market in our and neighboring country. When Etsy blocked entrepreneurs from post-Soviet countries, they were limited to the ability to trade and sell the product in international market because they don't have enough resources to create the stock in Amazon's warehouse. And to be honest, the main challenge is not the listing and the placement of the product. The main problem is to solve and manage operational challenges and activities. So how can you imagine, for example, entrepreneur at the same time creating the product while talking to the customer or packaging the product? Trust me, it's impossible, because I was producing children's products and I know that it's impossible because they have limited resources. So we saw the problem and create the Happy Kids marketplace for children's products, which helps small producers to start selling online their products in one day with zero operational challenges. With the support of Visa, TBC Bank, and Jita, we already create the platform, and in our marketplace, you can see more than 1,000 children's products, which is produced 70 Georgian and Armenian small producers. And all of these companies are ready to use our platform instead of 15% commission from each sold product and 20-cent listing fee. Because unlike our competitors, we remove all kinds of headaches. We sell the product, take them, package, deliver to the buyer, and pay to the seller. Our team has all kinds of technical practice and theoretical knowledge in entrepreneurship, e-commerce, marketing, and logistics. We are ready to develop Happy Kids in our target countries where e-commerce is growing really, really fast. Now, only children's products market size is around 900 million and is growing really fast with 30% growth annually. Now, we have already successfully operating in Georgian market and developing our platform, but we need to scale up. So we are looking for partners and investors. And if you want to join us in this journey and want to create happy moments for the little ones, feel free to join us. Thanks. Waiting your questions.
Can you, thank you for the presentation. Can you tell me a bit about the demand size in the market? Because you're narrowing down on kids' products, which is of course a large market, but once you've got that whole system in place, that whole long tail of operational elements, is it not too narrow, or are you thinking of expanding beyond children's stuff?
Can you rephrase your question, because I don't understand.
Okay. So what is the demand in the market that you're targeting? How much is being sold in your particular niche?
You mean what is the market size in our target countries?
Yeah.
Yes, as I already mentioned, in our target countries, this number is only for children's products. Only children's products, I mean toys, furniture, clothes, shoes, only in this country. This is around 900 months.
Okay, yeah. Sorry,
and it's growing really fast, and it's really interesting because e-commerce is really new in our target countries and developing really quickly. How can I say? For example, Visa, largest banks in Georgia and in Azerbaijan as well, they are a really good supporter and really good friend of us because they are oriented to improve online shopping and e-commerce in this target country. So we are partnering really well. For example, we are organizing cashback campaigns with Visa and Liberty Bank. Maybe they are here. So we are using this opportunity to grow up and have good campaigns for our customer.
Okay, just to check on the on the e-commerce part. So basically, warehousing is not under your control and supervisions.
No, we don't have warehouses. It's drop shipping.
It's directly from the seller to the. Okay, return goods. Is that going also directly to the seller if there's a cancelled order or a defect order?
Yes, you are right.
And who in between is handling that process? Your call center or the seller individually?
Okay, yes, you are right. We are using dropshipping method, and we send this product directly to the entrepreneurs, from the entrepreneurs to the user. And if there is any return product, this process is vice versa. So about the, what was the last question?
Sorry, but that vice versa means that the seller will actually be handling directly with the customer that, hey, your parcel is gone, or I ordered a red one, not a blue one, that whole stuff. your call center or customer service department is not involved?
Okay, about the terms and condition, if you order something in our platform and this product match what you order,
No,
we are
sorry.
not returning the product. If there is if there is any, how can I say?
Defect?
Any issue with a manufacturing process, of course, we will getting back your product. But if there is, for example, different size or something, if you order something and it's matching the description, we are not getting back this product because it's unique and it's created only especially for you. And so
Yeah, I'm just
it's like this.
maybe the background of my question is basically if you want to scale this massively and internationally, I want to understand, do your operations touch all those points, or are you out of that and you're just a lead generator directly, and any issues, follow-ups, etc., customer complaints, that's all only direct with the seller? Where are your roles starting and finishing on that side? So, okay, concretely, I order a nice little kid's car, wooden car, and then either the parcel gets delayed or it's broken, there's one wheel missing. Now, where is Happy Kids taking care of the problem, and where is it first line contact to you and then to the manufacturer, or?
Okay.
Because that's a nightmare and a headache.
As I understand, you mean who is responsible person?
Not legally responsible, but who makes that the Happy Kids customer remains happy as well? So is that the seller? Is it you? Because for scaling, that would mean that you may need hundreds of people in some call center and people figuring out logistics. I've been 20 years in e-commerce, so I know what a nightmare it is to have all that stuff in place. Of course, drop shipping is nice, but where is the who deals with the problems, the kind of the returns, the complaints, etc.?
Unfortunately, I don't catch a question. so sorry.
Yeah, let's skip it.
Thanks.
Let's skip
and
it.
we can discuss later. I will contact.
How do you check the quality of the sellers?
Okay. When seller will contact us and want to listing the product, they will, how can I say, they will list a product. It's like a Airbnb model. They are listing the product in our platform, and only after checking process, this product will appear in our platform. We have a customer service, customer service provider employees who will check the product, and if everything is okay, the quality product and blah, 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 description, price, everything. After this product appear in our platform. Of course, if the seller is already experienced one and we have really, she or he has really good reviews, we miss this process step by step. But for the listing process, it's like this, and we check to all of this product while we will publish in our platform.
And you built the platform yourself, or are you using existing technology?
You mean a technical part of the platform? Yes, we are building this platform.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And if you talk about the 900 million, you were also mentioning clothes is part of that market share.
Sorry?
Clothing, children's clothing, is that also part of the 900 million?
Yes, this is a whole market for clothes, for furniture, for everything, if you mean this part. Yeah, okay, yeah.
But how big is the clothing part?
Clothing part, okay, most of the percentage of this number is toys and furniture, and as I remember, and I'm not mistaken, the clothes and shoes part is around 32% of the whole market. As I remember, it's a 32.
Okay. What is your go-to-market strategy when going abroad? Because you need to acquire the clients.
For the entrepreneur side, we are using organizations and associations which help small and medium-sized entrepreneurs like USAID, GIZ. We are using this kind of organizations and association for small and medium-sized companies like an icebreaker. We have a special agreement with them and offer different kind of perks. For example, free listing fee or something. And For the user side, of course, classical marketing activities like a TikTok, social media, Google, and etc. With the support of good big banks, we are organizing different kind of cashback campaigns and different kind of benefits for our customers. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
What is your customer acquisition cost and the RPPU?
Okay, for entrepreneur side, it's around $3, and for user side, it's $1.1.
And the RPPU, so how much you get from a customer?
From our customers, average ticket size is $43 right now, and it's only 5 months while we start active marketing campaigns.
Yes,
After just
still not big insights, I understand. The wholesalers, are they nationals, most of them, or internationals?
These 70 producers are from Georgia and from Armenia, now only.
But I cannot imagine how expensive and regulations, etc., and logistics to send something from Georgia or Armenia to Kazakhstan, no? How do you manage, these logistics?
Okay. All of this cost, we don't have free shipping. All of this cost is covered by customer. So that's all.
So you use, let's say, international logistics?
Yes.
But it's not making the product very expensive?
Sometimes yes, but because of the value of the product for customers, it's valuable. And they are ready to pay for this one.
And
for example, for interrupting. For example, for USA market and from European, they are ready to pay for this one because we have customers from European market, for example, from Germany, from Poland, and from Italy, and they are ready to pay because this product is unique from handmade, and they are ready to pay for this one.
No, yes, I understand. And are those manufacturers also distributing or selling in other marketplaces? For example, we have wild berries on the regions that you mentioned. Are they also, for example, in wild berries, or they have some kind of exclusivity with you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, there are another marketplaces that manufacturers they can use. For example, on the region you mentioned, the leader is wild berries. So my question is, do you get some kind of exclusivities, or can they go also on wild berries and then you have to compete with them?
Okay, there is two interesting points. First one is that the main challenge is not the listing. The main challenge is to manage operational and administrative challenges. And at the same time, we are using these kind of marketplaces as partners. For example, now we are talking with one marketplace from Azerbaijan, and they will use our platform as a category for children's products. So it's really good possibility for us, for example, for scale. Yes.
Do we have any other questions here?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. So just one clarification. Sometimes on this stage, sound comes really slow, kind of low. That's why sometimes founders are asking you to repeat the question. So the last presentation for today. So last but not least, it's our sweet Maria presenting Quick Shipper. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me, right? Great. Okay, so how many of you here have abandoned your shopping carts while shopping online? Yay! We all do it. And there are several reasons for that. Some of them may include no available flexible timeframes on the websites, or no visibility of the estimated time of arrival of your package, or delivery prices that just do not make sense. In fact, problems related to delivery are a major reason for abandoning the shopping carts. And that's why we created Quick Shipper, a delivery gateway that enables any retailer to have access to all drivers, including their own. And here's how it works. All we need from the retailers are two basic points. First, we need to know where they're shipping from, and then where the package needs to be delivered. Everything else is orchestrated by Quick Shipper. Within one platform, we provide them with real-time price and availability offers of their own in-house drivers or external delivery companies that are already integrated into the software. And most of the time, we offer them exclusive promotions of these external drivers. Our stakeholders love us because we offer our customers a centralized one single window with centralized drivers and billings. We provide our partner delivery companies with thousands of additional orders through unified integration, and for the end users, we provide visibility, which in the end results in less abandoned carts. As a B2B SaaS platform, we generate guaranteed income from each order placed, and our partner delivery companies also pay us commissions whenever their services are chosen. With the help of our partner carriers, we have helped process over 100K deliveries, all without employing a single driver of our own. We launched exactly a year ago, and since then we have had tremendous growth in Georgian market with sticky customers and an impressive projection to grow. With the validated business model here in Georgia, now we're expanding into two new markets, namely from January we're entering Armenia and Croatian markets, and we have our roadmap set up for the upcoming years as well. With the sustainable business here in Georgia, we're fundraising now only for the expansion plans. As for the team, the product is created by the amazing team of myself, Ilya and Levan. We have been working together for several years now, and we have various successful ventures within our team. And just recently, ex-CEO of Glovo Georgia also joined our advisory board. If you're interested, we're here to talk. Thanks.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Sounds really very good. I know some similar startup on free delivery, let's say like that. You know, for hospitality is really very useful. You know, but how it's or how are deliverers like, for example, Glovo that you mentioned your partner? How are they accepting this competition?
Well, first of all, they don't see us as a competition. In fact, we have forged like a win-win strategic partnership. Since COVID ended, all these marketplaces that were like hyped in the Q-commerce era now are trying to transition into e-commerce and build e-commerce platforms. And we are a perfect synergy for them because our main target audience is retailers and B2B like e-commerce sellers and not like food and restaurants. And we are like a perfect partner that Glovo and Wolt can outsource their sales to us basically, and we bring them new clients and new orders.
Yes, I agree. And how can you scale this quickly? Because obviously you need to contact with the local drivers, distributors, etc. So how, for example, you were mentioning Croatia and Armenia. And Croatia, right?
Yes.
So how do you plan? How long it takes, and how is the soft landing, let's say, to start also this business in the other countries?
Yes. To talk about Armenia and Croatia, because we have forged such good strategic partnership with Wolt and Glovo, that is actually our go-to market strategy as well. We are entering Armenia from January because it was requested by Glovo, because they have a lot of customers that are in need of this hybrid model that we are offering. Because companies, when they have their in-house drivers, they want to manage them with like good software as well, but they are never enough, let's say like that. They always have to have some like extra help, like a Glovo as their like helper to dispatch the orders whenever their drivers are out. So providing this hybrid model that centralizes everything for the customers is beneficial for Glovo as well, because if they partner with us, such companies, we still bring the orders to Glovo and these companies indirectly, but the orders still go to them.
And what about the margins? Because, for example, if you partner with Glovo, then let's say the margin is even smaller for you. So how are your margins?
I would say that our margins are good in this region. So averagely, we get from 15 to like 20% of the price that the customer is paying for the delivery. Like for example, if you're paying like $10 for a delivery, $2 stay with us, and we only give $8 to Glovo or Wolt. And on top of that, our customers are also paying us fee for just using our platform, which is 20 cents averagely.
And could you tell a bit more about how the transactions work?
How the transactions work? So an e-commerce store receives orders for on their website or maybe Instagram shop or even via call. We don't care about that part. Everything can be integrated. So QuickShipper is integrated first to these e-commerce platforms, and on the other hand, we are integrated with all the carriers separately. So our customers get instant access with one contract and one integration. They get access to all of our partners, and therefore, whenever the order is created and whenever they decide who to dispatch it to, we send it out. So we receive it through one integration and send it out through another integration to the carriers.
But are you also handling the cash flow?
Sorry, what?
So how's the cash being managed?
Cash. Our customers pay us like at the end of that is actually one of like value that we create for them, because they only have to pay once at the end of the month, and we do the splitting between the providers.
Okay. Okay. So, but is there still also a time issue also for yourselves, or the logistical partners wait for their money?
We have not faced those issues. That is also like why the carriers like us. No matter how we collect money from our customers, we do not delay payments to them. So we when the month is closed, we transfer the amounts to the carriers, and then we are the ones who need to handle accepting and collecting these amounts from the individual customers. So we centralize processes like for both parties.
And could you tell a bit more about your customer acquisition cost and implementation time, things like that?
Yes, our customer acquisition cost is $70, including the salesperson's salary, and lifetime value is, so average check size is $300, so lifetime would be $36,000 per customer. And as for the implementation time, it really depends on the size of the customer, because we, for example, like smaller Instagram shoppers and individuals do registrations online by themselves, and they can start ordering like instantly. We do not need to be involved in the procedure. However, like larger corporations, like if you have like St. Veldi store, which is like Georgian Amazon, obviously they have like some bureaucracy inside, and we need to go through that, and it usually like takes up to from 1 to 2 months to onboard them fully.
And from a competition point of view, looking further ahead, do you see also competitors moving into these markets, or do you think you can move into their markets?
Which competitors do you mean exactly?
There are at least I know a few in Western Europe. I don't know how big they are, to be honest. So I don't know what their strategy is, but therefore curious to know what your view is on that.
Yes, so to talk about the competitors first, I would like to highlight that there are like a lot of types of competitors. But to focus on the main ones, we have seen like the rise of startups that are doing the similar thing with aggregating the delivery companies and carriers into their like platforms. Or there are like companies, the larger ones, that are focusing on this in-house driver management software. So our unique selling proposition is that we do the hybrid, so everything is handled in one place. In terms of their target markets, we have not seen their like interest to the markets that we are targeting. Like for example, we're starting with the region, obviously. However, we are also targeting, as many of my fellow startups, like Eastern European countries or more of the Asian markets, which are still untapped. I mean, obviously there are some solutions that are known there as well, but not like none of the companies are dominating these markets, like in like US or EU.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
What keeps you up at night?
the ideas, all the ideas that we have, like where to go, what else to develop, or like, and etc. Yeah.
Could there be a crazy step that the Glovos of this world start to do a make or buy decision and they start somehow creating this themselves?
You know, both Glovo and Bolt have smaller projects. It's like on-demand Glovo or like Volt Drive, which is basically what we're doing with like aggregation, but they're doing it for only their services. So customer is integrated with Volt or Glovo, but they only have those types of like solutions. But if you're a larger company that you need more types of deliveries, like not only express, but like same day, next day, intercity, international deliveries, then you need to go to like individual companies and set up everything like one by one, and that is a huge hassle for the larger companies. They prefer to have like everything combined in one single tab.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Performance.
Thank you.
Great job. I think all our companies did a great job today, and one more big applause, round of applause. So with this, we're done for today, but tomorrow we're going to have the list of 3 finalists. I wanted to make a joke that the winner is, but no, not tonight. We're going to know about it tomorrow, and you'll receive the notification. As for the founders, we have the Startup Jungle stage where we have special program for you, and you're going to know about the selection results tomorrow. So for today, this is all. You know that we have after party, not dinner, but after party at Cafe Gallery. Check out more details on Pine application that you are all using, I guess. And see you there. Have a good night, good evening.
Well, now get ready to rethink how you design. Not for the products and experiences, but also for the fabric of our lives. I present you Ida Persson, the communication design lead at IDEO. Please welcome.
Everyone. Oh. Nice. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining. Nice. Thank you all for being here. I would love to start with a question. Good design is as little design as possible. Does anybody know who said this? Nice. Nice. Yeah, so this quote comes from Dieter Rams. He is a German designer, industrial designer, and a lot of the work that he's done for Braun, the consumer electronics company. And he has these 10 principles for what good design is. And number 10 is good design is as little design as possible. And he says this thing, back to purity, back to simplicity. And often, these principles are used by designers in the classrooms and in the boardrooms to describe what good design is. And I've used these principles in my career a lot, and I'm not just saying that because I'm living in Germany. So, who am I? My name is Ida Persson. I'm a communications designer at a company called IDEO. And what we do is human-centered design. And I love exploring the biases and the blind spots that we have as designers. I grew up in Sweden. It's the land of simplicity, it's the land of universality. And growing up, the simple nature guided the work that we did as the games that we played as a family. And yeah, you see here, this simplicity is guiding us. And in a way, this simple, non-dramatic nature guided us. And in a way, life was simple, it was practical, and it was functional. Oh, no, wait, go back. And these are often terms you hear when you think about Scandinavian design. Scandinavian design often, if you Google it, things like Scandinavian design is characterized by minimal, clean approach that seeks to combine functionality with beauty. And growing up, I was surrounded by this mindset. So naturally, when I became a designer, the whole idea of less is more quickly became my personal motto. I was designing book covers, brand identities, visual identities, all with this mentality in mind. And I used to believe that good design is about creating these frictionless experiences. And by stripping away all the extra detail, we create these ideal user experiences. In a way, I used to believe that simple equaled beautiful. And I say used to because recently I've discovered this other side of simplicity. And it's I say ugly side of simplicity. And that's what I want to talk to you all about today. So what is this ugly side of simplicity? It comes to life in 3 distinct ways. The first one is that, maybe? No? Oh, wait. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. Okay, I had a little bit of a slide issue starting out, but they're supposed to be here, but I'll talk about them. So the first one is how simplicity strips the world of culture and creativity. The second one, which would be in the second place, is how simplicity hides complex systems just below the surface. And the third one, which would be in the third place, is how simplicity reduces human experiences to stereotypes. And I'm going to dive into each of these areas, so hopefully by the end you will know them without seeing them on screen. So I'm going to get to the first one. Simplicity strips the world of culture and creativity. So we can't talk about simplicity without talking about minimalism. It was a term that was first sort of coined in the 1950s, and often we hear words like truth and harmony when we think about minimalism. In recent years, we've seen a lot of trends around minimalism. We've seen Netflix documentaries, we've seen books like this one, The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up by Marie Kondo. And we've seen these concepts around capsule wardrobes. And these capsule wardrobes tell us that if we simplify our closets, we'll be happier and more peaceful people. In the field where I started my career, graphic design, we've seen a lot of brands becoming more simple. And in becoming more simple, they're also becoming more alike one another. And that's the thing about minimalism. It promotes this world of sameness, leaving no room for individuality or personal expression. Let's take a look at Scandinavian interior design, for example. So when you look at it, it feels anonymous, without a trace of a human living there, and without any hints to the local culture that you're finding yourself in. You can take an IKEA kitchen, you can fit it anywhere, it can be for anyone, because in the name of simplicity, we're all the same. I remember reading this article a couple of years ago. It's from Vox, and it's called The New Maximalism. And it explains how, by focusing on minimalism, we create this world devoid of diverse ideas, devoid of cultures and expressions. It's like we're trying to fit everyone into this box. And it's a very elitist box where very few people fit without reducing themselves. So, to summarize, simplicity strips the world of culture and creativity. Even though minimalistic design looks clean and spacious, it doesn't give space for different kinds of people to live and to thrive. So it takes me to the second area, which is invisible. So the second area is around how simplicity simplicity hides these complex systems just below the surface. So I mentioned that I used to believe that design is about simplifying the complex. And in doing that, we create these frictionless experiences. But when we are doing this, we also have to ask ourselves, for whom is the experience actually frictionless? Rua Benjamin is a sociology professor at the Department of African American Studies at Princeton University. And she has written about the problem with simplicity as it relates to these digital solutions that we're using. I read this book called The Black Experience in Design, and she talks about how often these simple systems that we're using, this simple technology, actually depend on these complex social structure to even exist in the first place. So we can order the meal of our choice without even leaving our couches, and it gets to us fast and simple. And we don't really have to think about how this is possible. And we can just sit back. But often, I don't know why my picture keeps coming up, but often what's simple for us is actually means more friction for other people. There are gig workers, fruit pickers, and a supply chain of people who are making sure that our food and our clothes get to us fast and simply. And when things are so simple, it's easy to ignore the human rights violations that are going on behind the scenes. And by ignoring it, we become complicit in it as well. For example, the poor working conditions for gig workers, or the dangerous pesticides that are used on our vegetables, or more recently, we've seen a lot about the horrible conditions that are going on in the factories that are delivering fast fashion to us. So to sum up the second part, simplicity hides complex systems just below the surface. I want to say this. Because of simplicity, we're never forced to reflect on the social structures that are needed for us to partake in these frictionless experiences. So that leads me to this is the three, and they're working on this slide. So, yay! So the third part is simplicity reduces human experiences to stereotypes. And this is an area that's really close to my heart. I work as a communications designer. So my job is to tell the stories of the people that we're interviewing. And this one, I have done a lot of work around this one, and I have two different examples. People are like onions. We have layers. And we can all make people cry. So people have layers, they have feelings, but as we're trying to bring products to market, as we're trying to design new solutions, it's easy to take shortcuts, and it's easy to try to simplify things on Post-it notes. We're trying to make things simple. But in doing so, we're also creating problems in the long run. And I would love to go over an example with you all. Who's seen this symbol before? Who recognizes this? Yeah, so so a lot of people. This is the international symbol for access, and it was created in the 1960s by a Danish design student. And we often see this symbol spray painted on sidewalks or on parking spaces, or to show access to bathrooms, for example. And this is a very simple way to show improved access, but it can also create problems. Many disability advocates have said that because many disabilities are invisible, this simple symbol actually gives a very narrow view of what it's like living with a disability. Like I said, many disabilities are invisible. They might not relate to physical disabilities. They might be cognitive, or they might relate to hearing, for example. Or they might relate to mobility, but they don't require a wheelchair. For example, somebody might need access to these facilities, but they experience an invisible disability, for example, chronic pain or a bad hip. So what's the problem? The problem is that a lot of people with invisible disabilities experience hostile behavior from the public when they're trying to use these facilities, because the people's perception of what it's like to live with a disability is colored by this simple symbol of a person in a wheelchair. So people are so much more than symbols or than a single story. And one more example I like to highlight is from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. She has a TED Talk called The Danger of a Single Story. And there she says, the single story creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. So simplicity reduces human experience to stereotypes. Groups and people are so much more than a single story or a symbol. The layers of the onion are endless, and peeling them back will help us grow. So we've covered these three different areas of simplicity. We talked about how simplicity strips the world of culture and creativity. We talked about how simplicity hides complex systems just below the surface. And we talked about how simplicity reduces human experiences to stereotypes. So now, I would love to start dreaming of a different future together with you all. So what if instead of practicing reduction, we practiced expansion by adding boldness and color to the work that we do? What if we got curious about the complex systems that are powering our seamless user experiences? And what if we created space for people to share their story, their full story? And what if we did the same with our story? And what if we applied this to the biggest design challenge of them all, which is our own lives? Let's travel back to Sweden. Like I mentioned, life was simple, it was practical, and it was functional. But life was also emotional. And that's the thing about life. Life is not simple, life is messy. Because even if we try to Marie Kondo our homes or create these capsule wardrobes or live by the principles of minimalism, that doesn't protect us from heartbreak, overwhelm, and disappointment. And these are feelings that are anything but simple. I want to leave you with a tool that helps us let go of simple and embrace contradictions and complexity together. And the tool is called Venn diagrams. And these are contradicting truths towards collective liberation. They were assembled by artist Rachel Schragies and teacher M Ice and Markovich, two queer white Jews on Turtle Island. So what are Venn diagrams? They're two contradicting statements that are both true and they're both contradicting. And you write them at the same time, and they create this space where we can hold contradictions together. Here are a couple of examples from their website. So for example, we might feel like work is so important right now, but we also might feel like, who gives a shit about work? We might feel like, I miss working with the people in the office, but we might also feel like, who gives a shit about work? Or we might also feel like, I love working from home. So these are ways that we can hold two different truths at once, and we can embrace this idea of complexity. So that leads me back to simplicity. As a Scandinavian designer, I like simplicity, but I'm also seeing this other side of simplicity. So two contradicting truths that I'm holding, which should be on the slide, is that simplicity makes me feel like I have to be perfect, and simplicity also makes me feel like, it also makes me calm. So those are two contradicting things that I'm holding. I hope today I've been able to show a different side of simplicity, and I hope that moving forward we can embrace complexity together. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ida. Well, the GTA 6 trailer has recently released, you guys may know that. So I think it's the perfect time to talk about the future of games where NPCs are actually smart. And honestly, I think we have a perfect guy for this. Please welcome our next speaker, Serkan Altundas from the Ready Player Me. Yeah, Serkan is getting ready. He's getting mic'd up, so yeah.